User joined your channel. User left your channel.
Guys, y'all pass me on the, and we'll try to get up high.
Alright, can you hear me?
Green, green, green.
Yeah, I got you. I'm in the race. Alright. And Jared's going to lead the field of the first green flag lap. He is broken away from the field right now. And right now, TJ Graves is in the second of the 22, followed by Eddie McRae, Michael R. I don't want to butcher your name or anything, so I'm not going to try to say it. But right now, the battle right now is for fifth with Kevin Walker. and the 35, no, yeah, Kevin Walker's in the 35, Stan Brad Jr.'s in the 67. And we are only counting green flag laps in this heat race. For when they get to 25 green flag laps, that'll be the end of the heat race. And I do apologize for that rough start. I was having technical difficulties with my microphone. So Jared Byros in the 46 is leading this right now, followed by TJ Graves, and they've broken away from the field. Michael in the number 49 is leading the pack of hungry cars, trying to get into the night's main event. And right now I'm just looking at it. The main goal of this race is mainly not to overdrive the turns. That's where a lot of guys have trouble with these super light models. They just dive it into the turns here at Oxford, and then they either fly off the track or run into the car in front of them. And they're doing a very good job right now of not overdriving the turn or doing anything like that. So really from first to third we have about a 4-second gap between them. And that is now 10 green flag laps complete, 15 more to go. Not really much happening right now. The field really hasn't changed, all except for Eddie McRae, who got an EOL penalty at the start of this. Right now he is in the 8th position at the tail end of the lead lap. And right now, Paul Boswell is trying to find out where he wants to pass Michael to get around in 3rd place right now. I was watching these guys in practice, and Paul really has a good line on that low side, entering 1 and 2. He can really get a run out of turn 2 and on the backstretch, and I think he's going to try to do that by the end of the race. And right now there is 10 laps to go. Going back to your leader, Jared B has basically just walked away from this. I do believe he probably has the win, unless he loses the car and gets loose or something like that. He's walked away right now. TJ Graves in 2nd is about 1.5 seconds behind the leader, and then the battle for 3rd right now is 5 seconds behind the leader. And we're at 5 to go at this time by. Kevin Walker's trying to get by Stan right now, but it's looking like he's not going to be able to push him up the track with these late models. He's trying to either get a run out of the turns to get by him, or maybe even force him up the track, but right now it looks like he's not going to be able to do that. And we are at 2 to go right now. right now, but it's looking like he's not going to be able to push him up the track with these late models. Yeah, I got you. You got me? Yeah, it finished.
The yellow flag is out.
Announce whoever won or what? With the winner and all that? And the winner of this heat race is Jared Boros, and I apologize if I butchered your name right there. And then in the number 46 car, basically walking away from the field in this heat race, he got a tremendous start and basically just took this field by storm, followed by the number 22 of TJ Graves, the number 49 of Michael R, and the number 04 of Paul Boswell. And those four will be advancing to the night's A main, the SARA 250 at the Oxford Plains Speedway. And we do apologize for the technical difficulties on this heat race. And we will be back for the second flight of heat races coming up at Dorms Racing TV. Thank you for watching.
Sound muted.
And welcome to Heat Race 5 out of 6 for the main event for tonight, which is the Sunday Hauler 250 here at Oxford Plains. The Sim Auto Racing Association is doing 6 heat races today for the main event, and we're covering 2 of them. This is our second coverage of heat race number 5. And we are about 2 minutes away from them advancing the session and going green.
This looks like a very strong field we have in this heat race. As the warm-up, as they're taking their warm-up laps, Justin Brooks is on top with a time of 15.337.
Yes, sir, but he hasn't really done a lot of laps compared to the other guys. I mean, if I look at Clay Snyder in the number 38, he's done 34 laps in this practice time, and he's been running middle and low lines trying to see where he works better at. From the other heat race we looked at, it looked like just the bottom line was going to be the dominant one. If you can't get in line with the guys beside you, you're going to be stuck out on the outside. In this heat race, they're taking the top 4 drivers. That is going in to tonight's 33 car A-main here.
We're little under 30 seconds away from the grid of this one. It'll be a 25-minute heat race, so laps won't count. However many laps they complete in the 25-minute span, that'll be the distance that we run today. Taking the top 4 into the SARA 250 presented by the Sunday Hauler.
Well, actually, they're only taking 25 green flag laps. Caution laps will not count in this heat race. The first one that we went over just went green all the way through, so we didn't have no need for calling a caution or any of that. And now they have advanced it to the next session.
And they are gridding.
Yeah, starting on
Brandon.
the pole in this... My bad.
Go ahead.
Starting on the pole in this heat race is the number 56 driven by Brandon Wilkinson. On his outside in the number 78, it is Parker Traves. Second row on the inside, it'll be the number 8 of David K. Like I said, I don't want to butcher anyone's name. On his outside will be the number 33 of Justin Brooks. Third row on the inside is number 31, Nicholas M. On his outside is number 24, Alan Young. Starting 7th in this heat race is number 37, Manuel Sanchez. On his outside is Clay Snyder in the number 38, and starting 9th is number 3 of Thomas Bennett.
They're rolling around here. We'll have 2 pace laps, and then we'll be ready to go green.
I believe from the first 3 heat races there's only 1 caution, so 2 of the heat races did go green all the way through. I don't see anyone getting an EOL in this heat race, so I do believe they're going to stay where they are gridded at this moment. Next time by will be the green flag.
Pace car is about to duck off here. Parker Traves, Brandon Wilkinson, bringing your field to the green. Green flag's in the air. Looks like the 8 car spun his tires a little bit. Parker's going to be able to fall in front of the 56.
Looks like it's going to be a mad dash to see who can get on the inside. A couple guys left out on the outer line. Some of them trying to find their way deep in, but right now it is Parker Traves walking away from this field right now with a giant lead, with a giant pack of cars right behind him. Leading that pack is Brandon Wilkinson in number 56. And a couple cars are going to get collided on 3 and 4, but we will stay green. Not sure who that is.
Looked like it was the 56. Looked like he got a little bit loose Everybody was able to sort out with just a little bit of contact. Don't look like anybody got much damage out of that. But as they run now, the 33 was the big beneficiary out of that. He pulled his way up to second position.
And right now it is a breakaway from the leader right now. It is about 1 second in front of the main pack, followed by a little 4-car line. And then following that pack is the number 37 of Manuel. And yeah, number 3 of Thomas and number 38 of Clay in 9th. 20 laps to go this time by.
Looks like Justin Brooks is just catching Parker just by a little bit each lap here. Be interesting to see at the end of this race if he can close that gap.
It seems like Parker's running a little bit wider line than Justin. Justin seems to catch him on the exits of the turn, but Parker has a way better entry.
33's there though. He's closing big time each lap now.
Yeah, he's kept that second lead down.
Last 2 laps, Justin Brooks has been about 4 tenths faster than Parker. And it's really showing. He's really closed that gap.
Heck, he's cut that lead down. He's riding his bumper now.
Parker's hanging tough though. Be interesting to see, with this being a heat race, how hard Justin goes for this lead. If he'll give him the bumper or if he's just content with riding a second.
Yeah, because at the moment the top 4 will advance to the A main, and they're pretty good ways away from 5th place right now. Right here is basically the safe bubble. They're all in the race. They really have nothing to really race for other than starting position in tonight's race.
Justin Brooks has the fastest lap in this race of 15.491. But Parker's still hanging tough. I think if Justin wants to get by him, he'll have to force the issue a little bit, maybe even give him the bumper here.
I don't know, man. Even David and Nicholas is caught up to Justin and Parker now. They might just ride in line as the 4-car group, or one of them might try to make a pass on him.
The 31's riding in the transfer spot right now, and he has no pressure from behind. Alan Young is a good 2.5 back.
And right now they are on lap 15 at 25, so 10 laps to go.
I don't think you'll see these guys force the issue amongst each other right here, because they're in the show, and I'll save that for later in the SARA 250.
Really, the only way I see this race changing is if there's a caution that comes out, but I don't see anyone really racing hard, especially not the leaders.
Oh, Justin gives Parker a shot there.
Parker's hitting the curbs on the turns now. He's racing a tad harder trying to keep that lead. Justin's just waiting for him to mess up so he can get by him.
Yeah, I just dropped out of mine. Way too tight. I can't even drive. It's so tight.
Going on the lap 20 right now with Parker still leading it. He has led all 20 laps right now, but he's looking like he's going to be having to fight that lead with Justin Brooks. It looks like Justin Brooks really wants that lead.
Yeah, Justin's giving him a couple shots in the rear, telling him he's here, but I don't know if he'll be able to get around it.
Especially with these super late models, you don't want to be too tough.
Oh,
and touch.
Parker saves it.
And we are still green up here, and Parker's only going to lose 2 positions right now. He's still in 3rd, cutting down right in front of Nicholas.
More
getting back in line.
Parker gives the 8 a little shot.
Parker not happy about that move Justin Brooks made. You can see it in how he's driving that car now.
3 to go that time by. Just like that, Parker drives us back to 3rd position. Justin Brooks, your leader here.
That was an amazing save by Parker because Justin clipped him right on the left rear entering that turn, one of the worst places you can touch someone at. And Parker just let the car move up the track and he saved it.
Justin will get the white flag this time, no pressure from behind, so as long as he can keep this thing pointed in the right direction, at least he'll come home with this win.
And right now the gap between 4th and 5th is about 1.5 seconds, so I do believe it'll be Justin, David, and Parker. Nicholas advancing over to the main event.
And Parker gets the Justin, excuse me, gets the win. David in the number 8, 3rd.
Did Nicholas
Parker
just blow
3rd.
an engine?
Parker's coming up here to Justin, letting him know he was not happy with that move. Which is
The yellow flag is
understandable.
out.
You gotta feel bad for the guy. Let all that race with a couple to go get moved out of the way.
Yep, and right now it's your unofficial advancers to tonight's main event is Justin Brooks in the number 33, David Kane, the number 8, number 78, driven by Parker Traves, and number 31, Nick.
Man, and if this is a preview for the 250 tonight, man, we're in for some good hard racing, because that was really exciting. It was top 4 battling it out there for that heat race win.
Yeah, definitely. That heat race showed us way more contact than the other one we covered earlier. Last one, it was all the way, no really aggressive driving.
Sound muted.
And how are you guys doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the third consolation race of the Sunday Hauler 250 here at Oxford Plain. Basically what we're doing in this race, not the last chance qualifier, but it's close to it. It's basically a B main. We're going to be doing 20 laps here, and we're going to take the top 2 finishers, take them to the feature.
Right now we have some really fast practice times here. Danny Peon topping the charts, followed by Thomas Bennett, Clay Snyder, Alan Young, and Derek Colson, your top 5.
And if you remember from the last heat race, Clay Snyder did get involved in one of the small little skirmishes we had early in the race and got put back in the back of the field for the race. And with no more cautions out, I believe he finished 6th or 5th.
Yeah, I seen you guys.
This race will be 20 laps with only green flag laps counting.
So, of course, if there is a wreck, we'll just continue racing. That is why you may notice on the top of your screen it has the times for the race and for this practice. There will be no laps here because they're just counting the green flag laps run. And iRacing doesn't work that way. It only counts the laps that are being ran, whether it's under yellow or under green.
If this race is anything like the last heat race we covered here on Dorm Racing TV, you're up in for a show, because Parker Traves and number 33 were battling out really well there at the end.
There, and we're going to be gritting right here in a few moments. So, who do you think's going to do good in this one, Travis?
They're gritting. Alan Young will be your pulse hitter, followed by Mike Testa, Thomas Bennett, Danny Peon, Clay Snyder, Brent Butler, Manuel Sanchez, Ronald Kurt, Brandon Wilkinson, and Derek Colson rounding out your field.
Told you I was gonna get a shitty start. Yeah.
So, yet again, Travis, looking at the field, who do you think's going to do good in this one? Guy on the pole position right now, Alan Young, or will there be a surprise contender from the back like Derek Colson or Ronald Kurt?
Well, Alan seems really fast, but I've raced with Danny Peon quite a bit, and he is a really, really good short track racer no matter what car you put him in. And also, I think there might be a dark horse in this one. Derek Colson starting in the last position. I think he might be able to make his way up through the field if things work right, and maybe a contender for these top 2 spots.
Yes, sir, and as always, we are doing 2 warm-up laps, get the tires all warmed up. And remember, with these late models, these super late models, some people say they have a lot more horsepower than what these little tracks can handle. So always watch out for those guys accidentally dive bombing on a turn like it happened last heat race, or guys getting real loose out of the turns with the wheel spin and all that.
Just heard on the race control channel that Ronald Kurt is going to be monitored because his ping is on up there and he's flashing, and they don't want him to be a hazard on the track and
Just hit Brandon
affect the outcome of this one. So they're keeping an eye on that. So
Oh, and actually, the old one just spun the number 56 of Brandon Wilkinson.
Green, green, green.
it'll be interesting. We'll keep you updated on that. But the green flag is out. Alan Young jumps up to the lead with the number 3. Ooh, maybe a little bit of contact from Thomas Bennett.
Oh man, and Mike Tesla's going to go way wide entering this turn. I have not seen that yet in any of the heat races. Stay right on the outside, number 3 of Thomas Bennett. But right now, your leader is the number 24 of Alan Young.
It looked like that wide entry worked for the number 14 and 3 and 4 the first time. I don't think it's going to work too well. I think he'll need to find his way into a hole in the bottom.
And Ronald Kirk has been removed from the server. I believe he lagged in, like I said, to the number 56 of Brandon Wilkinson. And now Brandon Wilkinson will retire. It seems like his car is a bit too damaged.
Tough break for both of those drivers. Now they both had high hopes coming into this race.
Yes, they did, but right now there's actually some hard racing back here for 5th and 6th with Mike Tessa and Derek Colson. Yet again, in the front, leaders are just single file.
Derek Colson wasting no time getting to the front. He's only got 20 laps around this .38 mile track. Running some really fast lap times. It only takes about 15 seconds for drivers to get around this track.
Yeah, and right now the top 3 drivers are under a time of 0.5 seconds between leader and 3rd place right now. But really, if Alan Young messes up, he's got 2 guys right behind him hungry for that win.
I think the more intense battle will actually be between Thomas Bennett and Clay Snyder for that transfer spot.
Oh, definitely. Right now, Alan Young is basically the position you want to be in. You're leading the field, you're keeping the pace of the race, whatever you want. You can decide how you want to enter the turns, basically freely. You got all the clean air, and Thomas is basically just right behind him. Trying not really dive bomb him, not really going to wreck him, but keep his 2nd place.
Now, something to watch as we get down to the late stages of this race. If Clay Snyder is still right where he is in relation to Thomas Bennett, I would look for Thomas to try to get the lead as soon as possible so he don't have to fend off that transfer spot.
Yep. Right now, the field basically just all single file. Like you said, I do believe that battle will be between the 2nd place car and the 3rd place car of Thomas and Clay respectively.
Alan Young is setting some blistering laps here. I think he's going to have the car to beat in this race. I want to update you back on Derek Colson again. Said he was wasting no time getting up to the field. He's still in that 5th position. Hasn't really lost any time to the 37 of Sanchez, but not really gaining much either, so he really needs to pick it up if he wants to get up there to that transfer spot.
Right now, Thomas keeping the gap between the leader and himself by about half a car length to a car length, depending on what part of the track he's on. Seems like he's just basically happy running where he's at. I mean, he's in the transfer spot, the top 2 transferring, like I said. And right now, Clay is going to have a lot of ground to catch up with, about 5 laps to go.
Now Alan and Thomas both have some breathing room, so like you said, Brandon, don't look for any forcing of the issue up here. I think they'll just ride it out. Unless Clay Snyder gets up here, then we might have a whole different ball game to see a full-blown aggressive race battle for the win. And the transfer spot.
Yep, and a quick update right fast. Brandon Wilkinson has gone into the pits. He cannot run that car. It has way too much damage from a very unfortunate incident on the pace laps with someone lagging into him. Right now, yet again, your leader is still Alan Young, leading every lap of this race. Three laps to go this time by. And be sure to stick around and watch this main event, the Sunday Hauler, tonight at 5:15 Eastern.
Thomas is there. Looks like he wants to get this lead here. He's driving it a little harder in than he has been in laps before.
He's trying to look on that outside with 1 lap to go. Can he get around him? I don't think he can unless he uses that bumper, but that wouldn't be wise. Maybe he'll wreck himself. Maybe he'll wreck the leader. May take it away. Entering 3. It is still Alan Young. Can Thomas look on the inside? He's looking there.
It's the curving note. Alan Young will get the win here.
Yep.
So Alan Young and Thomas Bennett will be your transfer spots. Clay Snyder comes up 1 spot short. Manuel Sanchez finishes 4th. Derek Colson making up 5 spots, finishes 5th. Brent Butler 6th. Mike Testa 7th. Danny Peon 8th. And Brandon Wilkinson 9th.
Yep, listening to some radio chatter at the end of that race, Alan Young complaining that his car was a bit tighter than what he expected in this 20-lap run.
Be interesting to see if he makes any changes to that setup before we get into the Sunday Hauler SARA 250 tonight here live on Dorm Racing TV. Out of this field, Brandon, who do you expect to see running towards the front in the main event tonight?
You know, man, that is a good question. From the heat races that I've looked at, and from this one, I really can't give you a name of a person. I just know that the car is going to have to be comfortable running every situation on the track. I know that's what everyone wants to have their car set up, but obviously some people have a loose car here and there, have a tight car here and there. I think it's going to be someone that can stay out of trouble, but that can work his way up the field.
So this judging up these heat races and this race here, definitely tune in to the SARA 250.
Presented by the Sunday Hauler. And remember, the Sunday Hauler offers the largest selection of motorsport diecast on the web. They carry anything from NASCAR to NHRA to World of Outlaws. I'm telling you, if you are a diecast collector, the Sunday Hauler is and will have what you're looking for.
Sound muted. Sound resumed.
And welcome back. It is now time for the RaceTrader.ca Last Chance Qualifier, or the Hooligan race. Basically what it is all the drivers, this is basically the Last Chance Qualifier. All the drivers that haven't gotten in yet get a chance to race their way in. The top 2 finishing cars will move on to tonight's main event. And the other ones, sadly, they're go or go homers.
Now, the Canadians out there, those go or go homers for Canadians, they have something else to be racing for. They're not going to be able to make it into the race. Highest finishing Canadian will get a family pass to the Low-Kart Truck Center 150 at Scotia Speed World in Halifax, Nova Scotia. A family pass includes 2 adults and 2 children. So that's something for them to be racing for if they are not in the transfer spots.
And then the prize for winning this Last Chance Qualifier is $10 to the winner from RaceTrader.ca.
So something we haven't seen yet today in the heat races, there's a little more on the line here. Not just this is your last chance to make it into the feature tonight, but also you're racing for potentially some money, or for the Canadians, a family pass to the Truck Center 150. Clay Snyder is topping your warm-up here for this. As we've seen all day, some really fast times. Some really big names in here too that honestly I figured would make it in through heat races. Some of the more heavy hitters I've seen in the Super Late Model community are actually in this B rain. So that just shows the level of talent that's turned up for this weekend's race.
Yep, and right now Clay is about a tenth faster than the rest of the field. He's the only one in the 15.3s right now with a 15.378. Plus, a lot of you guys might be wondering what RaceTrader.ca is. Actually a classified track forums website that features every track in North America. See what you can find at RaceTrader.ca. It's a really interesting website. Like I said, it has forums about basically every track in North America. It's real cool.
Deep. And parts for Trucks Maritime Pro Stock Tour. The parts for Trucks Pro Stock Tour is considered the highest level of stock car racing in Canada and recognized as one of the healthiest touring series in North America. We are very proud to say that parts for Trucks Pro Stock Tour draws the largest audience of any summer sport in Maritimes. So be sure to check that out if you're in Canada.
And we got about minute and a half, to when they're going to start going green. This is a 50-lap race. Yet again, only green flag laps will count, so if there's a caution, we're not counting those laps. So on your screen, yet again, you will see like an unofficial race. That is, well, it's official race, but it's going to be 30 minutes, and it's going to be counting down. We're only counting green flag laps, so we would keep you in the loop of what lap the leaders and the field are on.
All right, Brandon. Who do you think we will see transfer out of this last chance qualifier here?
Well, the 14 driven by Mike Tesla was real good in the other heat races. I've heard that he's been doing real good lately, and I've personally seen it from how he's been doing. But Clay Snyder, man, he got a pretty bad hand dealt in one of the heat races. He got checked up by a couple guys getting loose, and he was basically in the back of the field and really never get a chance to work his way back up. Now, what is it? We haven't seen a caution. We've seen some wrecks here. Well, we've seen some contact here and there. Nothing too major. No caution's been coming out yet, so that's what I'm going to be looking for. If there's going to be a wreck, if these guys are going to be racing real aggressive, because only 2 out of the 13 that have started this race, or at least didn't practice, will get in.
Yeah, I believe this will be the race that we start seeing the intensity pick up, because these guys know this is their absolute last chance to make it in to the SARA 250. presented by the Sunday Holler. As they grid, your pole sitter is Stan Bragg Jr. Followed by Pierre Maru. Third place is Clay Snyder. Fourth is Dale Owen. Fifth is Manuel Sanchez. Sixth is Jeremiah Coder. Seventh is Todd Cousins. Eighth is Derek Colson. Ninth is Patrick Rizzo Jr. 10th is Eugene Connell. 11th is Brent Rutler. 12th is Mike Testa. And rounding out your field in 13th is Danny Peon in the number 15 car.
And right now, race controllers just pumping them up and going over the rules. There will be no lucky dogs in this race. 50 green flag laps. Cautions do not count. And I think we're going to see some good racing right here. I think we're going to see people trying to make that outside line work. Because in the other two heat races we've looked at, they've been just holding that bottom line right next to the curb.
Yeah, I think, judging off what I've seen today, this is, and has always really been, since I've been on the service, a one-lane track. So I think a lot of the passing will be done by using the bumper, or at least filling the hole and building the hole. So wouldn't be surprised if you see a little bit of contact, especially for the transfer spot and the win, since there is that $10 on the line.
Yes, sir, and like I was saying last time, these super late models, it takes some real good practice to learn how to drive these. Because think about it, they got a pretty heavy engine in one of these things, and they're on these small tracks. People are going to be spinning their wheels and getting loose, but here we are, we're going green and yellow, and we'll lead them to the green flag.
Stan Bragg Jr. gets a huge jump on that restart, followed by Clay Snyder.
Clay Snyder already in that second position, trying to gain on Stan right now. Clay, he has a really good car from the other heat races we've looked at. I think he's going to be one of the ones in the top two at the end of this race.
Single file back to around the 05, who is in 6th position. Then you got 2 wide for a couple of rows. Now the 26 looks like, he might be to clear him.
Yeah,
almost.
Owen trying to get in front of Patrick Jr. right now, and he's going to make it entering turn 3. Looks like he's going to get a tad loose, but he's going to get it all together and keep on going.
Little contact in front of him, and the 05
they're
goes
wrecking
around.
out of
Caution
2.
is out.
You might want to look at, Todd.
Todd Cousins looks like he goes off into 1, and the 29 packs it down in there. It's in there a little hot, drifts up the track, and the 05 ultimately goes around. A lot of shuffling to get around him. Looks like it was just a 1-car accident, though.
I'm looking at it, and Todd actually had some damage on the rear part of the car even before that. Looks like someone's been bumping at his rear side trying to get him to move up the track.
Yeah, he's been back there in that pack that was side by side, and I'm sure there was a little bit of contact going through those corners like that. Unfortunate for Todd, but it looks like he can keep it rolling and maybe still contend for this.
Real good wreck avoidance from Derek Colson back, because basically the wreck was right in front of him. Derek got in the back of Patrick Rizzo Jr., but it didn't look too bad. They were both letting off for that wreck, and Patrick has just some slight damage on his left rear.
Stan Bragg Jr. still your leader here. Led every lap so far, followed by Clay Snyder. So nothing's changed up front in the top 2 positions. But man, it was getting pretty wild there back in the mid to rear of the field.
And right now they have completed 3 laps out of the 50 that they need to do. So when they go green, they will be at 47 to go. I honestly did not expect a caution this far into the race. I mean, only 3 laps. Yeah, these guys are trying to get in and all that, but I didn't expect to see it that fast. Thought these guys maybe cooled down and then do it with last 20 laps or something.
Keeping you updated on the highest finishing non-transferring Canadian
Green flag, green flag.
right now as we go green. Pierre Maru is in the lead of the two Canadians in the field, Todd Cousin being your other Canadian who got turned around.
Yeah,
As we
but
go green, Clay Snyder did get passed by Manuel Sanchez for
ooh,
second
wrecking,
place.
wrecking off of turn 3, and I don't think
He
you're
got
live. Yeah. Looks like Derek Colson. And who else is involved in that? Pretty major wreck up here on the exit at turn 3 going into turn 4. Got Danny Pio.
Peon.
Beyond in the
looks like-
15. Todd Cousins again. Oh, Derek Colson got a heavy damage on his left rear. And Mike Tessa being turned around that 14 car.
It looked like the 06 and the 70 just came together going down in the 3, looking for the same spot on the track. Ultimately, it sent the 70 around and caused a fairly significant pileup, so a lot of damage out of that for several drivers.
Yeah, I do believe the ones that got the most damage from that was Brock Colson and maybe even Mike Tessa because he had nowhere to go. He was on that outside.
Yeah, but what the fuck?
Stan Bragg Jr. still your leader. Manuel Sanchez in second, Clay Snyder in third. This top 3 was really going at it there. They want it bad. Looks like all of these guys, judging up, how clean the heat races and the contingency races went, and then to this with 2 cautions already in this short run, you can see how the intensity is really picking up, and a lot of guys are probably anxious to get up to the front.
Yes, sir, and I do believe they are going green this time by. They did not complete that lap, so they would be going back to 47 to go.
Green flag, green
Pace car
flag.
ducks down, and they are going green. Stan will lead them to this green flag. Already breaking away on that inside line.
I tell you, Stan has these restarts down. Looks like he caught Manuel sleeping a little bit as the 29 gets loose behind
Ooh,
him.
and they're wrecking again on 3 and 4 right now on the entry of 3. Todd Cousins again turned around. Rough situation he's been in through this entire race. Looks like that was him just maybe sliding up when he was on the brakes into the 96 car. Gonna get spun around. Hit by at least 2 more cars.
Really tough day for Todd. Now, if Todd has a lot of damage and knows that he cannot contend, he's probably going to be Pierre Maru's biggest fan here. Because if Pierre Maru transfers, Todd, being the only other Canadian in this room right now, would automatically win the Family Pass to the Truck Center 150 at Scotia Speed World.
Todd Cousins gonna change tires on that 05 car. And Todd will go a lap down in the pits. Heavy hammy damage on that 05 car. And you might want to look up, and we have about 20 minutes left in this event. Now, they only done 3 laps. They're saying that whether they get to the 50 laps complete or the timer running out, they will take whoever's in the first 2 positions. Pace car will duck down once again. Stan's going to get another great restart out of 4, already leaving the outside line. Looks like some cars moving up on the outside, way in the back of the pack. Maybe some checking up going on back there.
Single foul to your top 5.
Right now, yet again, I will say, if you look to your bottom left, you will see racetrader.ca. Racetrader, yet again, is a racing classified track forums website that features mainly all the top tracks in North America, whether you're in Canada or the US. Right now, that 67 driven by Stan is just going to walk away from this field right now by at least 3 car lengths.
Single foul back through your field now, so it looks like things have calmed down for now, but I see it's the closing stages of the race approach. I think the intensity will probably pick back up again.
Yep, and right now at that line, Dan has a 7/10 lead on the 37 Emmanuel Sanchez. He's just walking away from these guys right now.
Your real battle right now is going to be between Sanchez and the number 38 driven by Snyder, so keep a close eye on these two, because these two are really racing for it all.
Snyder has a really dominant car whenever he's leading up pack. If he can get by that 37, I think he can walk away with it and catch up to Stan and maybe even contend for the win. Right now he's thinking about using that bumper to move the 37 up, and ooh, that was a close one. 37 came down, block him entering turn 3. Could have been real ugly right there.
Good move by Clay to back out of that, thinking it's still early on in this race. Not worth wrecking 2 cars. Did cost Clay a little bit of time though.
Yep, he's having to back off a little bit, and now Dale Owen caught up to him.
Now Sanchez looks to pull away. Oh, he slides up a little bit. It's going to allow Snyder to get right up on his bumper.
And right now, basically just a 6-car breakaway. You got the leader, and then this pack of 5 cars all the way to 6th place. And right now, Danny Pion and Todd Cousins are going laps now, and I believe they backed out of the race right now.
Yeah, they both dropped.
Yeah, they did.
Danny,
Yeah, they did both drop.
Car off. Unfortunate for Todd and Danny. They looked to have really strong cars, just didn't have the luck this weekend.
Looks like Clay's trying to get past Manuel again, dude. He's trying real hard, trying to see where he can gain some time on him.
Now, here's what you're running. Is he almost overdriving it? Because if he overdrives it, he'll lose a lot of time, and he could spend the rest of the race just trying to work back up through there. Is it one of those deals where he needs to wait on a mistake, or does he just need to go for it now?
Yep, and now the top 3 are broken away from the rest of the pack, and I do believe if it stays green, I think Clay can get by him. Seemed to have a better car in the heat races. He just couldn't get the opportunities to get up the field.
Looking at lap time, so it looks like Sanchez might actually be catching Stan Bragg just by a little bit here.
Yeah, he's basically cut that second lead down to about 4/10 now.
The yellow flag is out.
Oh, and caution is out.
76 dumped the 90.
It looks like the 76 may have got the 90 around.
Yeah, it looks like they were going down into turn 1. 76 gets down in there. Makes just slight contact with the 90, which sends the 90 around. 90 driven by Patrick Rizzo Jr. Kept it off the dirt surrounding the poles, whatever you want to call those. I've always called it a anthills because I didn't know the appropriate name, but kept it off everything. Nobody hit him, so put 4 tires on that thing and he'll be ready to go.
Looked like he was just trying to make room where there really wasn't, because the 90 was coming down in that arc off the turn. 76, that bumper was there, and he just spun him around.
This restart should be wild. A lot of these guys that were losing time are going to have a shot to get back up here. Look for some desperate guys to do some desperate things here.
So is this how you thought how this last chance qualifier was going to fan out? With all these cautions right now, or did you think it was going to go all the way green?
Honestly, I was really expecting the cautions to hold off until the end. I was thinking they would race clean, know their surroundings, know how to run this place, fall in line, and then go for it at the end.
Yep.
18 laps. Complete.
And right now they have completed
Do what?
18 laps out of the scheduled 50 with around 14 minutes left in the race.
Right now we have the driver of the number 70, Derek Colson. You got us, Derek? Derek Colson.
Yes, sir. Whoa.
How's the racing out there today?
It's a lot different than it has been in the heat races in the B main or Consi, whatever you want to call it. It's been a lot more aggressive this race. That's pretty obvious. Yeah, it's been pretty aggressive. It's clean, but it's aggressive.
So you're doubling up. You got any shout outs you'd like to give to anybody?
Just you guys for doing the broadcast. Obviously, XCal Racing for sponsoring me, and SARA for putting this nice race on.
Alright, well, we're back green right now, and Stan's going to lead the field out of turn 2 right now with about a 3-car length lead. And they're double file for 3rd place right now. And there's Clay Snyder yet again in the 2nd place right now.
Here we go. Looks like the 26 is run down Clay Snyder. Manuel Sanchez is falling back on this restart. 30 to go that time by. So still good ways to go.
They're all after that awesome place to race in tonight's main event, which is the Oxford Plains 250 presented by the Sunday Hauler, which will be around 5:15 Eastern Time, and at $10 from RacingTrader.ca to the last chance qualifier winner.
Now here's an issue we might run into. If we have, I'd say 2 more cautions here, I believe this might turn into a timed race. That's something to watch for. If we have another caution back to back right here in the next couple of laps, this will more than likely won't finish under the scheduled lap times.
And yet again, your top 4 has broken away. And if it stays green, you're either looking at Brent in the 9 car, the 26 driven by Pierre, the 38 driven by Clay, or the 67 driven by Stan getting into tonight's main event.
A lot of 4-car breakaways we've seen today.
Yeah, it seems like if the top 2 rows on the restarts can get away from the rest of the field, and caution will wave on the front stretch.
76 car front stretch.
76
cars in the wall.
Getting word he got turned around on the front stretch.
That Dogecoin number 76.
It's like the number 90 got to the back of the number 76.
I'm not sure on that one. Maybe. Can't really tell if that was meaning to happen or if that was just racing, because this 90 moved up the track just a tad on the exit.
So he rage quit, so I'm assuming so.
And the 76 oversteered, trying to correct it, and brought it into the outside wall.
After that incident, Patrick Russo Jr. has disconnected, so Not sure if he just didn't have the handle on the car or something broke or what. We can speculate all day. All we know is number 76 got turned around out of the deal. Stan Bragg Jr.'s just been dominant in this LCQ. He's still your leader. I believe he has led every lap.
I do believe you are right, because he started on that pole position.
Take this minute to mention some sponsors. We got RacingTrader.ca. RacingTrader is Racing Classified Track Forum's website that features every track in North America. See what you can find today at www.racingtrader.ca. They are offering $10 to the winner of this LCQ. So right now, as things stand, if the race were to end right now, Stan Bragg would get $10 courtesy of RacingTrader.ca. Also sponsoring some laps.
And basically, that pays for his super late model that he just bought on the SARA Racing, because it's around $11 now. So there he is. Basically, he's getting his money back for buying a late model if he gets this win.
Still more prizes to come. You have to think, some of these guys making it through these races and winning some of these prizes in these races still have many, many more sponsors or prizes provided by the great sponsors of SARA.
Yeah, tonight in the Sunday Hauler 250 here, we got a lot more prizes. Pace car's gonna duck back down the pit road, and gotta get in stand. We'll leave him green, but oh, it looks like the 38 Clay got a way better start on that side. He's trying to make the pass on the outside. Can he get him on the exit of 2? They're gonna be
Three wide
will
behind
entering 3.
26 gets loose. 26 gave the well, not the 26, the 92, I believe, gave the 26 a shot, put him 3 wide behind him, but he ended up getting loose.
And Clay's just gonna find his way back down on that inside line in second place in that transfer position.
That got really dicey. I really have a hard time seeing this thing finishing in the number of laps.
Yeah, that restart was pretty crazy. I did not expect Clay to get that start like he did last time.
I got you.
And right now it's still Stan just leading the pack into 3. Oh,
Okay,
we're gonna have some cars around in 3 and 4. One's gonna go off the track, off the berm. One car upside down
Tessa.
on the exit of turn 4. That is Mike Tessa in the number 14. He took a wild ride.
Looks like there was some contact in front of him, which sent him down onto the dirt embankment, which, wow.
Somebody got in the back, somebody got him loose, pushed him up, and they retaliated, and Mike got right in the middle of it.
Looks like Brant may have come down in front of that 37 car, got them loose. Mike had nowhere to go, and he turned hard left into one of those anthills that you called it, and flipped over on that front stretch. Major damage from that.
And if you're Mike Testa right now, you're thanking God that this is sim racing, because he just went for a wild ride.
It is making me, hold on.
And there is about 7 minutes left in this race right now. I wonder if they're going to get the laps done, or if it's going to be a timed race.
I have a feeling it's going to be a timed race, because they're just don't think that there's enough time to complete the amount of laps that they're going for. So expect to see the intensity really picking up, as they only have around 5 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Well, basically, in front of this whole race, it's been Stan and Clay. Clay being shuffled back all the way down the list to about 4th, and having to work his way back up. And we just got a heads up that there will be 34 starters, not 33. in tonight's main event because someone didn't put him into this race, in the last chance qualifier. So instead of 33 starters, there will be 34 in tonight's main event. Here they go, they're going to take the green flag this time by. 21 laps to go, with about 5 minutes. I do believe this race will end under the clock, not the laps, so they're basically going to race every lap here like it's the last one.
Stan gets those starts it's been getting all night. Clay spins the
Clay's
tires there
really
with
loose.
3 wide contact with Derek Colson.
Yeah, Clay shuffled all the way back to 5th.
Battle for the lead up here. Looks like Derek Colson,
We
the
got one
underdog,
for-
might come through. If he can get around the 67 here, he'll be in the transfer spot. Some contact. Oh!
Reckon
Colson
1 and
goes
2.
around. Derek Colson not happy.
One car flew off the embankment on 3 and 4 on the previous lap. Not sure who that is, but let's focus on the wreck right now. They almost made it 3 wide in 1 and 2. Derek Colson gonna get spun around. Colson spun around by the 9 car and then hit hard on the right rear.
By Todd Cousins, who's had just a really awful LCQ race, and not of his doing. Just a lot of bad luck. Right now we have a little bit of contact under the caution lap.
Right now, only 9 cars out of the 13 on the lead lap. This is going to be a heck of a shootout if we go green. Who knows, the admins might delay it, they might not. Anything can happen here. But it is going to be a shootout.
Getting word that we will go back to 33 spots in the feature. Jamestown has turned down the offer from race officials to have 34. To start 34th, rather.
Oh, really? Wow.
However, he's very gracious for the offer and really thankful to the admins, which was a really good move on the SARA officials.
Man, I don't know. Really has some hot tempers right now after being turned around. With little over 2 minutes left in this last chance qualifier.
We're approaching 2 minutes left in this, so definitely not going to finish on the laps. So if they can double up here quick, we will have a absolutely crazy finish.
We're going to have 1 to go this time by. This is going to be a close race. Don't want to jinx them or anything, but I think we're going to see a wreck coming out of turn 2. Because we're going to have at least the first 4 guys trying to find room, get in the first 2 positions.
For the first time tonight, Stan Bragg not leading this restart. Pace
Starting
cars
on the
off.
outside this time.
Green flag, green flag.
Dan's going to try to make his way on that inside line, but he's going to get shut out by that 9 car. This is for the transfer right now. First 2 positions make it to the A main tonight. Stan going to be hard on that guy on the 9 car of Brent.
Make contact.
3 wide exit. Reckon out of turn 2, Stan's going to go
Stan
sideways.
gets turned around, and you have got to feel bad for Stan Bragg Jr. dominating this LCQ. And he will not transfer to the main event tonight.
20 seconds remaining.
Looks like Pierre Maru is going to get this win. Which, for the first time in this race, Todd Cousins is going to have some good luck. And it looks like he is going to be being the only remaining Canadian in this race, the highest finishing Canadian, so he will win the family pass to the Low Car Truck Center 150 at Scotia Speed World in Halifax, Nova Scotia. So congratulations to him. So Pierre Maru and Brent Butler. Two of the guys, not going to say underdogs, but really kind of hung back all night, and they're going to come through and transfer to the SARA 250 presented by the Sunday Hauler.
That was a crazy race. Even though they did not complete the scheduled 50 laps, they did a total of 74, with cautions thrown in there.
Still, you got 50 laps worth of action packed into 30 minutes. And really, after seeing these heat races, all of us leading up to this main event that's coming up here next on Dorm Racing TV, I'm just really excited to see how this thing's going to turn out. I think this will be a very, very exciting race. Probably be very wild at the end. A lot of bent sheet metal, probably bent tempers.
Yeah, and I just gotta say that is a heartbreak for Stan, leading about every lap they ran tonight in this last chance qualifier. But he just could not make it down to that inside line.
It's got to be encouraging for Stan, though. I mean, he had a really, really fast car. Knowing that if he can run at Oxford again, he'll definitely be up front. Just like what's on his side tonight.
Lorette?
But green, white, checker
Actually,
right
they're
now.
going to go green, white,
Green, white,
checker.
checker. Well, everything I just said was not true, so
Just so you know.
this is going to be very wild.
Well, Brent's going to be on that outside with Pierre on the inside. They're going to go green, coming to the green flag this time by entering 1. Pierre's going to stay on that inside line. Looks like they're going to be some bumping and banging. Entering 3 right now.
For that
Brent's
transfer spot.
Brent in 3rd. Ooh, someone's hopping the curb in that 29 car. That is Dale Owen. He's going to try hard to get in there. He's going to get shoved by a car behind him in that 38. Clay's going to get spun around hard on the outside retaining barrier off at 2.
But Pierre Maru and Manuel Sanchez are going to come off the corner 1-2. Pierre Maru wins. Manuel Sanchez transfers. That was the wildest thing I've seen in a while on iRacing. What a race. What a finish here.
That was a crazy, crazy hard hit Clay took in that 38 car.
Along with Mike Testa, he's very happy that this is sim racing because they've taken some really hard hits here tonight. Gotta feel bad for Clay as well. Him and Stan Bragg were 1-2 for the majority of the LCQ, and even in their heat races, they were always up front in contention. So it's got to be encouraging for them that they ran so well, but still, the disappointment probably overrides the encouragement.
Yes, sir, but $10 to the winner, which is Pierre Monroe, in that number 26 car. Brought to you by RacingTrader.ca. RacingTrader.ca, a racing forum website for all the top tracks in North America.
Like we said, Todd Cousins, other Canadian in the field, being the highest finishing, gets the Hard Luck Award. With the two adult, 2 children's family pass to the Go-Kart Truck Center 150. So also congratulations to him. He had a lot of bad luck tonight.
He did, almost involved in every incident right now. Right now, Pierre burning those tires off his late model. He is so happy he got into the night's main event, which is the Sunday Hauler at 250 here at Oxford Plains. Yet again, Sunday Hauler offers the largest selection of motorsport diecast on the web. Let me tell you, I love collecting diecast and I use them. They have diecast anywhere from NASCAR to NHRA to World of Outlaws and many more. And I hope that if you're a die class collector that you would use the Sunday Hauler because it is what you were looking for. They have a great selection and they have reasonable prices. Please check them out at thesundayhauler.com.
Speaking of diecast, tonight's feature winner will get an air paint scheme on a custom diecast presented by Redline Designs. Redline Designs will also offer the Hard Charger Awards, which will be a $25 gift card plus free shipping for that gift card. Pole award for the heat for the winner of the first heat will be your pole sitter tonight, and he'll get the $25 gift card as well plus free shipping.
Sound muted.
And guys, welcome to the SARA 250 presented by the Sunday Hauler here at Oxford Plains on Dorms Racing TV. Me, myself, Brandon Cruz, Travis Brown, and the whole Dorm Racing TV staff welcome you to watch this event. It's going to be a good one.
Yes, it is. We got 250 laps here on Oxford Plains Speedway here. We've got Ryan Borges here with us in the booth. Ryan, you got us?
Yeah, I got you guys.
Ryan, how's your car been this weekend? I know it's been a weekend event, so how's the car been handling and how you feel about this race?
The car's been pretty good. I've been working on the setup all weekend long with TJ Graves, Brandon Wilkinson, Dante Curtis, Parker Trades. Been putting in a lot of hours and hopefully it'll pay off here in the race.
How's the racing been from your seat and in your heat race and everything? What do you expect tonight,
Uh,
racing wise?
racing wise,
You need to drag me up.
hopefully, as a racer, we expect, well, not that I expect, we hope for green flag racing, but I'm expecting a wild race out there, to be honest. But hopefully we can get through all the carnage and come out on top.
Got any sponsors or anybody you'd like to shout out here?
I just want to thank 24 Designs, Aurora Coin, TheRaceDepot.com, Bucky Burt Radio Network, and just my friends. I want to thank everyone that's been helping me out with the setup, and everyone over at XCal Racing.
Ryan
let
Borges,
Ryan-
driver number 32, high hopes tonight. Thanks for talking with us.
Thank you.
Do I got the right one right now, or no? Fix it.
User was moved out of your channel.
You know, I've been looking through the practice right now. Justin Brooks, he has had a strong car. He's second right now, right under Trey Gerald. Yeah, Trey Gerald? With a 15.291 lap time. Justin has a 15.331. And Justin has a really good line in the turns. He's able to arc it in enough to keep his speed, and then he's able to get on the gas without getting it loose on the exit. And I think that's the type of car you want on this track. And with such a long race, 250 laps on this small speedway, you want to be up in the front. You want to try to miss all the wrecks and all the piling into the turns that might happen later in the race and right after restarts.
Yeah, and that's going to be key, being able to get off the corner, because a lot of the wrecks we have seen today have been people getting runs on one another off the corner and making contact.
Yep, or people just not getting on the brake enough on the entry of the turn and just hitting the people in front of them.
And we have TJ Graves, Mr. Excitement, driver of the number 22 here with us. TJ, you got us?
Yes, I do.
Same thing of West Ryan. How's the car been handling for you this weekend? I know you have put in a lot of hours. And how do you expect to run in this 250 lap race?
Yeah, the track's starting to change on me. I'm not really liking it, but the car's pretty good. It's pretty stout, but we're lacking a little bit of speed. I'm looking forward to this race. A lot of laps, so a lot can happen.
Now, going off of your heat race, how do you expect the racing to be tonight? Do you expect a lot of single file or a lot of beating and banging action right out of the gate?
Well, we're probably going to see a few yellows early. Everybody's pretty antsy, waiting around for a little bit. But once we get going, we'll see a nice probably 40-lap run, and then we'll see some cautions.
And I got a question right fast. They're saying that you can only have the set of tires, the 4 tires that you can change at any point of the race. Are you thinking about changing the right sides twice, or all 4 like in the middle of the race?
I'm still talking that over with my crew chief. We're not quite sure yet.
Alright then.
Hey, TJ Graves, driver in the number 22. Thanks for talking with us, TJ.
Not a problem.
Good luck, man.
Thank you very much.
User was moved out of your channel. User was moved to your channel.
And now we have Brandon Wilkinson in the booth with us. You got us, Brandon?
Yeah, I got you.
So, Brandon, I know you got into this race in some interesting circumstances. How about you explain that to the crowd for us?
Well, it was pretty bad, but on the pace laps there in the Consi race, coming off turn 4, one of the guys was told to get off the track. I don't know if he didn't see me or if he got, all upset, but he just turned down and he absolutely destroyed my car and spun me out. And once Paul looked there at the replay, he made the decision that I was to get the provisional to get into the race tonight. And immediately this 56 JD marketing crew went on the work and got the rear of the car repaired and got it ready to go.
Well, we're glad to see you in this main event. We did get word that Ronald Kirk was having connection issues, and it appeared that he had blinked out and couldn't see any of the other drivers on the track, and just happened you were there where he turned down. But,
Yeah.
gonna ask you the same question I asked TJ and Ryan. I know you've been working on the setup all weekend like the rest of these guys. What are your hopes for this race? How do you think you're gonna run?
Well, we're gonna take a more conservative approach here in this race. You know, we got a fast car, man. You know, the guys at JD Marketing and Evolution Race Cars, Dante Curtis, Ryan Borges, TJ Graves, you know, they've been doing an awesome job this week, and got this car finally to hit the 15.4s, 15.3s in race trim last night and this morning here. And we missed on the setup. We put too much tape on the setup there in the heat race, and you know, I thought, you know, we were going to blow up and that was going to end our day. So I had to kind of take it back in the heat race. And then obviously what happened in the Consi is what happened. But we went into testing here in that little break that we had between the that 50 lap LCQ and the feature. And we were running 3s and 4s in race trim. So, you know, the plan for me, at least, is to take it easy in the first part of the race. And, you know, towards that final 50 laps, 75 laps, you know, we're gonna go for it.
Now, we did learn that each driver is only allowed one set of tires this race, so what's your tire strategy going to be? You going to change right sides twice, or just go 4 fresh ones at one point in this race?
Well, we raced in this series on Thursday, and we came in here with the approach of having that same strategy and trying out what was going to work. And, you know, tires makes a pretty big difference if you have them. If you don't, it's not really that much of a difference, if that makes sense. You know, the handling on the car should stay the same, and that's what Oxford Plains is. It's a handling track, not much of a speed track, you know. And if if your car can keep it on the bottom, then you're going to be just fine. So I think about maybe lap 185, we'll take some right sides, and then if we get a late caution again, and we see a lot of guys coming down, we'll just take right sides again and see what we got there at the end.
Brandon Wilkinson, driver of the number 56 car, one of the New Englanders racing for the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, 2 tickets to the Saturday and Sunday NASCAR Sprint Cup weekend.
Yep, thank you, and I got to thank JD Marketing, Evolution Race Cars, and my awesome spotter, Brandon Simmons, for keeping me calm all this weekend. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for talking with us, Brandon. Good luck tonight, man.
Thank you.
User was moved out of your channel. User was moved to your channel.
And Matt Rolfe, one of our admins here tonight for the SARA 250 presented by the Sunday Hauler. Matt, you got us?
Yeah, I got a copy.
Matt, what are your expectations?
He's not
for
admin, boys. I think he's actually racing.
My expectations for the whole race, hopefully, is
He's
a nice
starts in-
clean
he
race.
starts in fourth place.
Sorry, did I cut you guys off?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I got more than one channel going, sorry. My expectations for the race is I'm hoping it's a really clean race to get this thing started. We get a lot of fast guys, either the top super late model drivers on the service, a lot of them are in this session. So we expect it to be a good show. We're just hoping we can get a lot of green flag laps in. Log some laps in the early going, the first 150 laps or so. And we'll see where everyone's at once we get towards the end of the race. It's going to be a lot about survival, a lot about just getting there to the end, and then hopefully those guys up front will put on a good show.
And what are you looking for as an admin in this? Like, do you want like hard racing up in the front, or just guys taking it easy? Or like, what are you really looking for in this?
I'm looking for guys. I'm looking for good racing, hard racing, but at the same time, we just need everyone to take it easy. If a guy gets underneath you, give him room. Get underneath someone, hopefully they give you the room back. Just none of the dive bombing or stopping or anything like that. But I think these guys up front, I know I'm starting up front, but I don't feel like I'm third place car at the moment, so I might drop back a little bit. But these guys up front, there's a lot of good cars in here, so I think there's going to be some good hard racing up front.
Thanks for talking with us, and good luck, Matt. We appreciate you letting Dorm Racing TV broadcast here. Good luck.
And we appreciate all you guys' help too as well. So thank you guys.
Yes, sir, and good luck.
Thanks.
User was moved out of your channel.
There you have it.
What do we got?
We have Paul Miles up here in the booth. Paul, you got us?
Yes, sir. How you boys doing?
We're doing great. Really excited to watch this race here tonight. So, Paul, tell us just a little bit about your weekend here.
The weekend's been long. It's been a long day.
Are you one of those that put in hours and hours of the same setup with just changing little things, or are you one of those that completely throw out a setup if you don't like it, then make dramatic changes to see how it works?
Well, Brandon, with my responsibilities here with the SARA, I don't have any time to race. I focus all my efforts on admin and just trying to make the SARA the best short track sim organization in iRacing.
Y'all have done a great job with this weekend. Definitely one of the best weekend structures I've seen on here, and this has just been a wonderful day of broadcasting for us, and we're really looking forward to see this 250 lap feature.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all the work you guys have put in. I know Kyle had to hustle home from church so he could get everything going here for the first flight of heat races, and I appreciate all that.
Well, thanks for talking with us, Paul, and wish you and all the admins good luck, and thank them for putting this great event on.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
User left your channel.
Well, we got 30 seconds before gridding here, so now you've heard from some admins, some drivers, so you've heard both sides of the story here. I don't know about you, Brandon and Consi, but I am really excited for this race to get started.
Just coming back, Brewer, if you want.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this race. I think there's going to be some good hard racing up in front, and then there's going to be some guys that purposely ride in the back and just try to make it throughout the trouble and try to avoid wrecks back there.
I mean, the key part in this race is going to be stay out of the trouble in the first 200 laps. Give her all you got in the last 50 laps, but I mean, the key here will be to stay out of trouble in the first 200 laps and just keep your pace. Don't go down laps. Ride along.
Be interesting to see the differing in strategies, especially with the one tire set rule here. But your pole sitter, Trey Jarrell, I know he is ready along with the other 31
going into the list of drivers.
right?
Yeah, shit, my bad.
So we got Trey Jarrell starting on pole, Jared Boreos second, Matt Rolfe third, who we spoke to moments ago, Justin Brooks, the number 33 and fourth, Ricky Abreu fifth, Stephen E. Shore sixth, Mr. Excitement himself, TJ Graves seventh, Derek Robertson eighth, ninth is Jesse Potter, 10th is David Krikorin, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name there. 11th is Bruce Perry, Kenneth Lindesley, the third is 12th. Michael Renabrew is 13th. Dante Curtis is 14th. Fred Maru is 15th. Parker Traves 16th. 17th is Jake Bowen. 18th is Ryan Borges. 19th is Paul Boswell. 20th is Preston Boers.
Starting 20th position will be the number 2 of Preston Boers. 21st is going to be the 54 machine of Stephen F. Burnett. Starting 22nd is going to be the 31 of Nicholas Morrow. 23rd, Brian Tedeschi in the 7 machine. 24th, Evan Walker in the 35 machine. Starting 25th is going to be Derek Wilkinson in the 87 automobile. 26th is going to be Alan Young in the 24 machine. 27th is Mike Belanger in the 85, 28th, Austin Craig in the 02. Starting 29th is going to be the number 3 of Thomas Bennett. 30th is going to be the number 56 with a wild story to get into this race, Brandon Wilkinson, my mistake there. Starting 31st is going to be Pierre Luc Morel, and rounding off the field with nowhere else to go, is going to be Manuel Sanchez.
Taking the green flag this time by Trey, and the number 4 will lead the field to the green. with a gigantic lead entering 1 and 2, breaking away from the field already. They're going to be still double file throughout the pack as they enter turn 3. And leaving turn 4, it is Trey leading the first lap of 10, presented by RacingTrader.ca. And Matt Ralph, or
Matt Rolfe
is
Matt
in
Rolfe?
Yeah.
Second, followed by the 61 Ricky Everett.
Now the reason I'm looking at him is because he had a pretty good start too, but he had to work his way down to the inside as soon as that race started. He saw a position and took it as soon as he could. That inside line is going to be so dominant tonight. That's where the main passes are going to be made. He can get below someone and move them up the racetrack just enough to get by him without causing a gigantic wreck. I think that's how they're going to make it up the field.
The number 61 machine of Ricky Arbeau starting in position 5th, I believe, and he has worked his way up to 3rd place, and he looks like he's got a good car to contend for the win.
Single file all the way back to around 7th or 6th and 7th with the number 6 and the 46. You got 2 rows of 2 wide, and the number 5 car is going to stick his nose in there. So really a lot of single file racing with the exception of a couple battles spread out through the field.
Yeah, there's some cars off the turn 1 banking into the outside wall. Not sure who they are. Looks like
the number 92, I believe the 92 was one of them. The 26, not the 92, sorry, 26, and they're wrecking behind the 26. The 05's around and caution is out.
On the outside of turn 4, it looks like a good 6 car right now. 6 cars involved. You might want to look at Thomas Bennett in the number 3. He got a real good view of that. Looks like the number 85 of Mike may have gotten a bit tight on the entry of that turn and moved up the track, collecting cars behind him.
Yes, I believe so, as Mike, a little bit tight, slid up into the 37 machine of Manuel Sanchez and took him around as well, picking up some heavy damage. There's Nicholas Morel, Pierre-Luc Morel, and Michael Renabou, as they all fall 1 lap down.
Some heavy damage on the backside of Thomas, and a couple other cars involved in that. Already, very early in the race to start wrecking, you know, like 9 laps into the race, 7 laps into the race. In between that, you do not want to start tearing your car up that soon.
Now these guys that just wrecked, it's probably best if they're gonna wreck early, because now they have still 240 odd laps to get that optional or required fix.
And I wonder if this is already taking care of their 1 set of tires that they got. I'd hate to start using them that early, but if you flat spot the tires, slamming on the brakes or getting loose in that.
We have just received word that PJ Sturgis was going to be starting up towards the front of the field, and he had a time error. He did not know exactly which time the race was supposed to go green at, and he was supposed to be starting up there in 2nd place, and just showed up now, a little bit too late. This is the Sim Super Series.
Well, I'll say this right now. Laps 11 through 14 right now is presented by the
What
Sim
are you talking about, Gilbert? You're telling me to do something, you're like, okay, we got this.
We would like to thank all of the sponsors here for this race. This race is presented by Sunday Holler.
Really?
We're going back green flag racing with Trey leading them back down, back on the exit of turn 2. Massive field of
Single
cars
file.
behind him right now. Still double file all the way back to about the 5th position. Back down.
This is by far the largest amount of cars we've seen on this track so far today, so it'll be interesting to see. Like we've been wondering all weekend how this will work with drivers. We saw the heat races, which averaged anywhere from 8 to 14 drivers, a lot of single file racing, but when you pack 33 of these guys on here, you have to think there'll be a good amount of 2 and 3 line racing on this track.
Yes, sir, and let's take this time to realize that the official charity of the SARA 250 is the Child's Play charity that donates video games, toys, and books to hospitals with child care. And we want to thank them for doing that as we get back to seeing the racing right now. Trey still leading that field, 18 laps led right now, with about a 2-car lead on the guy in second who is driving the number 33. That would be Justin Brooks. On back we got Matt Roth in number 51. Number 6 driven by Bruce Perry, about a 2nd and 3/10 off the lead. And your last person in the top 5 is number 8 of David Crooken. Like I said, I hate to butcher names and all that, so I apologize if I did pronounce your name wrong.
And like we saw in many of the heat races, the front couple of drivers, top 4, top 5, have broken away from the main field. So it'll be interesting to see if this trend continues throughout the night. If so, we will have an exciting finish if we have 4 or 5 cars under a blanket for the win.
Yeah, it looks like about the entire field is single file, other than just a few cars here and there. And we got to start thinking that the leaders might be catching the tail end of the lead lap right now. Right now, Trey has about just a straightaway in front of him before he reaches the first car that is at the tail end of the lead lap. We have not seen leaders have to navigate through lap traffic today, so that'll be another interesting factor in the 250 lap feature.
It'll be interesting in seeing if the lap cars give way to the leaders but try to race and stay on this lead lap. Yet again, depending on how hard you're going to race is just going to show like what kind of tire strategy you're going to get, as we've stated that each driver only has 4 tires to change from. Whether he puts 2 on the right side, then 2 on the right side again, or taking 4 all at once to try to get a better grip on the car and see how it's running. That's all the tires they have, so really depending on how hard you're going to drive it and how aggressive you're going to be this early in the race depends on what your tire strategy is. Trey right now still just walking away from second place, who is Justin Brooks in number 33.
A little piece of information we'd like to pass on to you. Mike Belanger has pulled his car off, so I'm not sure as the caution comes out what was going on with his car, but he is in the pits.
And the number 81 of Jesse Potter is spun around on the entry at turn 1 right on the curb. Let's see what kind of ride he took.
Looks like he and the 61 got together. They're going into turn 1. 61 a little loose. Comes down across the 81. 22 of PJ Graves follows in. Number 40 goes for a bit of a ride off-roading back down the embankment. Don't look like he hit much after he hit those cars, so these cars look, cosmetic-wise, look pretty damaged, but I think these guys can go get a little bit of their optional repairs fixed and be able to contend for this thing.
Yes, sir, coming out of turn 4, I'm not really sure what happened with Jesse Potter. Maybe he took the air off the 61 just a tad in that turn 4 racing Dodge Charger. But not a lot of damage done to the 81, maybe just some damage on the left front. He may have gone 1 lap down getting the car back together, but I don't believe he'll be in pit road for long.
As it sits right now, we have 3 cars, a total of 1 lap down, being the number 81 Jesse Potter, number 3 of Thomas Bennett, and the number 49 of Michael Renabu. And we have the number 37, Emmanuel Sanchez, who had several great runs 2 laps down. Mike Belanger, 7 laps down. And Nicholas Merhu, 21 laps down, rounding out your field. Trey Jarrell still leads this field, followed by the 33 of Justin Brooks, the number 6 of Bruce Perry, number 8, and then number 51 of Matt Rolfe.
So did you expect him to start getting a bit aggressive this early in the race?
Honestly, I didn't, judging up the heat races going green, and then, of course, the sense of urgency in the LCQ. We saw more cautions, but still some fairly good racing. And be interesting to see these guys maybe getting this out of their system. Probably going to take it a lot easier. They still got a long way to go. This, like I've stressed several times, this is a 250 lap feature. The pace car ducks off.
And Trey will yet again lead into the green flag, leading all 33 laps so far. Oh, and a couple cars going wide off of turn 1 and 2. Looks like it's 61 yet again. But he's going to collect it and keep on going. Trey is in a really comfortable spot right now. He's got at least a 2-car length lead, even in the turns on the guy behind him, who is Justin Brooks. And a little bit of congestion farther deep in the pack, maybe around 9th and 10th position right now. A lot of people trying to get on that inside line and just ride it around the track.
Watching TJ Graves, who actually got a little bit of damage out of that last incident, and caution on the track. Not sure who got turned around here.
Looks like the 21 of Jake Poland.
Yeah, it looks like the O2 came down, wasn't quite clear. Got into the 21, sent the 21 around. 21 gets it back pointed the right direction, don't hit anything. So, it'll live to race for the rest of this race. That's one of the good things I've always liked about Oxford. With the walls not being in the corners, somebody gets into you going in the corner, you just kind of slide off the hill, and as long as no one hits you, you can go down pit road, get tires, do whatever you gotta do, and still be in contention for the win.
Well, Jake did a really good job. I don't know if he meant to do it, but when he hit the O2 car in the left rear, he was able to spin his car down to the inside part of the track where he would avoid all the oncoming traffic.
So we are 36 laps into this race. Trey Jarrell still your leader, leading all 36 of these laps so far. Several cautions in these early stages. And we would like to thank another one of our sponsors here tonight for the SARA 250, Mulkern Racing. It is a super late model race team based out of Maine. Drivers Scott Mulkin and iRacer Bobby Timmons compete in the Pro All-Star Series and other main tracks, including Oxford and Beech Ridge. Visit mulkernracing.com to support them and our main sponsor, Southern Maine Motors. They are offering some lap money and money directly into the prize fund. So we'd like to thank them along with all of our sponsors tonight for the SARA 250 presented by the Sunday Hauler.
Yes, sir, and already 3 cautions in 40 laps here at Oxford. A little bit more aggressive than I figured they were going to be, especially from seeing how the heat races were. And they're going to get double file this time by when they come back around. Trey will lead the field once again to the green flag. And no, man, I want to see a green flag run. I want to see Trey catch up to the lap cars and see what lap cars do to these leaders.
With all these cautions and some wrecked race cars, you have to think how some of these guys' tire strategy might play out too through this race. Pace car is off, and Trey gets a great jump. Justin falls in line. I don't think Justin went all for it there because he saw the hole and figured, hey, it's early on in the race, I can just drop in. Side by side for third with the 6 and the 51. 51 ducks in line in 4th, and we got single file back to around 5th place. Now everybody falling in line up towards the front, so it looks like patience is starting to be key here up at the front.
Yep, single file all the way back to Ryan Borges in the number 32. Got a little double file pack right behind him, being led by TJ Graves. Looks like TJ on the 22, way back there, is trying to get the outside line to work, maybe use the draft on the cars behind him to push him past the guys. I just don't think that's going to work. He's trying to find his way into line.
You know, a small track like Oxford, the draft and aerodynamics really don't play a role at all in this. So that's why you can see some of the really damaged cars still up at the front and in contention, because they don't really need the draft or air or anything like that, where they would need in these cars in a track like Charlotte. And TJ gets turned around by the 07. Looks like the 7's around, makes contact with the 87, and TJ's up on the dirt. Don't know if he'll be able to drive off of it either.
Ooh, he's trying.
Yeah, I believe he's going to be
yeah, he's high centered on that.
And you feel bad for Mr. Excitement at number 22.
TJ, like I was saying, he was just trying to find his way into line with such a small chance of really just finding your way in before you start sliding back in the field. And he just came down. Came down to Brian driving that number 7 machine. TJ, just the momentum from that wreck put him up on that berm.
TJ's already 2 laps down.
Yep, having to manually reset the car and wait the towing distance that iRacing always makes you do.
TJ, y'all heard from him before this race. We interviewed him, and he expected some of this, I guess, hard racing here at the beginning because everybody was a little wound up from waiting, but unfortunately, some of that hard racing may have just cost him a good run.
Yes, sir, indeed.
So Trey Jarrell leading all 49 of these laps up here. With these great sponsors here at the SARA 250, this lap money's probably really getting on up there in the totals for Mr. Jarrell up there.
Yeah, I believe it's 50 cents per lap led, correct?
I believe so. So he's approaching 25. So yeah, $25.
As we will soon roll over to lap 51, it is sponsored by M. Rolf Designs. And M. Rolf Designs he does a fantastic job on some of these cars. Whether you're looking for a sharp new design for your race, or you're just looking for a high fancy looking car in iRacing, M. Rolf Designs is what you want to go to.
Yeah, they do a fabulous job with painting a lot of these cars. Several of these cars out here, I believe, are painted by M. Rolf Designs, so
Yep, and even if you want to make a logo to help your branding identity for your business, or some merchandising, definitely go for him. They are there to take care of everything you need on and off the racing track, whether it's virtual or real life. We are back to green this time by Trey, yet again going down into turn 1. Single file spreads out to about the 5th position right now, where Derek Robinson will fit
interesting thing on that restart, it looked like Trey took the outside on that restart. So I don't know if he and the number 33 had an agreement there that the 33 would let him in, or if Trey just wanted to test out the high side early, but either way it worked out for him pretty well. He's still leading.
It did. Right now he has about a 4/10 gap between Justin Brooks. Oh, but a little congestion on the exit at 2, with Stephanie Shore and Parker Trevs getting a bit loose, but they get it up back together and keep on going.
Someone we haven't spoke much about yet is Ryan Borges. We interviewed him here in the pre-race. He started in the 18th position and has worked his way up to 7th. with minimum green flag laps here, so he's gotten lucky, made it through some wrecks, and made a lot of clean passes. And up here in 7th. You always look for Ryan to be strong wherever he is. Big tracks, small tracks, road courses, anywhere you go, he's always a very consistent driver.
Yes, sir. Whatever league he's basically in, he's always in contention to win, whether it be XCal Racing or Max Speed TV Racing. He's always up there in the front.
Trey Jarrell has pulled away about a half a second lead on Justin Brooks. So no major action going on right there in the top 2 position. On back to around 4th and 5th though, we got a little bit of congestion still, a 3-car battle there for the 4th position.
Yeah, but they're going to get it settled up and yet again fall in line. Matt's got a pair of hungry tigers right behind him, such as Derek Robinson in that 5 car. He's trying to look on his inside. He wants to get by him, but we're going to have a car around. Looks like it'll be the 8 of David K on the exit of turn 2. Not really sure what happened there. Seemed like he... Yep.
And it looks like the 8 got into the 5, had to check up a little bit, and then the 32 of Ryan Borges, one of our hard chargers here tonight, got into the back of him, sent the 8 around. Looks like there might have been just a little bit of netcode going on there too.
But luckily no major damage on really either one of their cars. Just a very slight fender benders here and there, but really nothing to even whine about at this point in the race.
And the 87 made slight contact, missing that wreck with the number 8, but made a great save, kept it straight. Looks like minimum damage. And while we're under caution, we've got one of the competitors up here in the booth with us. Trey Jarrell, you got us?
I do.
Trey, looks like your car's handling pretty well. You've led about every lap out here. I believe you've led every lap, actually. How's the racing from, I guess, in your mirror?
Well, I'm just trying to stay clean and watch the fuel gauge and watch my oil and all that. And I think I'm going to take off about 25% tape when I stop, but yeah, just trying to figure out the strategy right now for what I'm going to do. I want to stay out, up front because I can keep my car clean the way it is right now, but eventually I'm going to have to come in, so.
So you said taking off some tape. Are you running a little hot out there?
No, I'm not running hot. It's just that we're not going very fast at this track. It's not much of a downforce track, and just more of a safety measure than anything. But I think we're getting ready to go green here, so I'm going to get ready. But
Alright, man, well, good luck and keep on leading those laps. Man, good luck.
Yeah, thanks for talking with us.
User was moved out of your channel.
Trey Durrell, your leader, electing to take the outside again.
Gonna lead the field to 66 laps out of the 250, which is now sponsored by Double Clutch / Short Track Racing Network. He's gonna choose the outside yet again. Gonna get a fantastic start. Almost blew away the field on that start, but the 33 is gonna get a bit loose on the entry.
Awesome save by the 33. Matt Rolf's gonna get through there though, inside.
Yeah, good job by everyone behind him. They realized he was loose when he was going up that track and let him get back in line.
Pretty good stack up on that though. Really, you could throw all these cars under a blanket from 3rd all the way back to around 10th, it looks like.
Yeah, yet again Trey's just... 33 is around again. Justin Brooks, round on the front stretch.
That, I believe, was netcode, because it just snapped around on him there. And I know an iRacer's favorite excuse is netcode, but I believe, unless it's just on my screen,
yeah,
that
I'm
was a
looking
huge
at
gap.
it. If you look, he may have gotten it loose when he got into the gas on the exit of 4, but the car just swings around.
So you have to think something was up with that. You gotta feel bad for Justin running really strong all day here. Got a significant damage to the back of that car, but maybe it'll handle well and he'll be back in contention.
Luckily, he hit the wall going about as flat as you could possibly go, and at around 20 miles an hour. So some damage here and there, but not race-ending damage. Yet again, good avoidance by most of the field because they saw him wrecking, they let off, and they went down on that exit of 4. Really, that could have been a lot bigger than it was, but luckily it wasn't.
Yeah, these guys have done a great job of preventing large wrecks when one or two guys get turned around.
Trey, he was talking about fuel strategy. With all these wrecks, you gotta think that's gotta be helping him out if he's saving gas right now. Even with him just hammered down on the gas whenever he's leading, he's able to save pretty much most of the fuel he's just going through during green under these yellow flags.
Been racing here for roughly 30 minutes and we've completed 72 laps. So when we get up here to here in about 53 laps, we'll have reached the halfway point in this race, so be interesting to see fuel strategy starting to come into play, I'm sure, on the halfway point.
Yep, and be sure to check out the Sim Super Series that is in all new iRacing Super Light Model League that is running now every Wednesday nights and on some of the most known and greatest iRacing top short tracks. They are also the lap sponsor. They pay $3 for the first car that failed to qualify for this 250.
One of the more interesting things as we're getting ready to go to green, even some of these drivers that failed to qualify for this main event here tonight are walking away with some cash or other prizes.
Yep. Yet again, look at Trey. Ooh, caution. What happened there was that. Not really sure what happened there. I think it was the 26 car that may have started that.
The 02 got turned around by the 26 turned around the 02 before they even made it to the line, so I'm not sure what was up with that. The 02 was running a little high, so I'm not sure if he just misjudged that, spun his tires a little bit on the start or what, but definitely unfortunate for Austin Craig and the number 26 of Pierre Maru.
Yeah, Austin was a bit high on that restart. He was right at his quarter panel, so really the 26 had nowhere to go if he would even pull down like he did. There wasn't just any room to give on that one. And then just cars stacked up behind him like the 22 and all these other cars.
And more bad luck for TJ Graves, who fell 5 laps down after getting stuck on the mound of dirt around the pole. He got a good bit of front end damage from that, so he'll definitely need to watch his oil and water temperatures, make sure he's not overheating that number 22 machine.
Yeah, and in TJ's situation, I mean, really, that's the part of the track right when you get back on the gas. And you could tell he hit the throttle like right when the 02 spun the 26, so there was really no time to really let off and slam on the brake.
Point of the track, it is hard to take evasive action when you're on the gas like that and turn down the track. So he really was just had nowhere to go and got collected. The tow that time though. That's one positive out of the deal.
Yeah, it's way better than being stuck on the berm. Being high-centered on there. So 79 laps through this 250 lap feature. What do you think's going to happen here? Still guys going like hammer down and nailing it, or what?
It's hard to say because with this being such a small track, so far in this race, you'll have the single file group up front, and then just have the guys who are probably a little frustrated, wanting to get up through the front and make something out of their night. So it'll be interesting to see as we go green. Trace out to the inside that time.
He's just having a great restart no matter where he's starting. I don't know if everyone else is sleeping on those or if he's just got a real quick gear ratio in that thing, but it just takes off on them restarts.
Too wide for third on back.
Yeah, still double file for about 3 rows, like 5th to 10th right now. Guys just trying to find holes in that bottom line to sit in there and just basically get out of being freight trained by everyone on the inside.
Gotta feel bad for some of those guys starting on the outside. For example, Ryan Borges, who started back in the 6th position that lap, has dropped all the way back to 10th in the 3 laps that we had run under green since that last caution. So these guys are going to do a lot of stuff to find a hole, drop down in it.
I was watching Bruce Perry for that, and it took him like 5 laps to finally get a hole in there to just fall into. Because guys are just racing slow, so close here. There's really no room for error and no room to really give off and have a hole for someone to fall into. And Trey probably gonna run into some lap traffic right now of Paul Roserell, who is right now 32 laps down from a wreck earlier in the race. But no, he joined late, didn't he?
We'll have to check on that. Yeah, I believe he had either a connection problem or something because he was in the race, then out of the race, then back in. So I don't know if he took that car behind the wall for repairs or what.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. He got some damage and he lost connection to here. Yeah, his connection fell through. So,
unfortunate for Paul. Losing 32 laps, that is, don't like to say impossible, but more than likely not going to happen that he's going to get back on the lead lap in this one.
Yeah. Pretty bad shame because a lot of these guys really, they want that replica diecast of their winning car.
Like I've said all afternoon, looking at the names that we've seen fail to qualify as the caution does come
Caution out. It is the 02 on the outside of turn 2.
Austin Craig.
He was smoking. So most likely major engine damage on that.
Austin was towards the tail end of the lead lap when this happened. Got a little tap from the number 8, got sideways overcorrected and went head on into that barrier.
Yeah, it looks like David was able to get his nose just under Austin. He clipped his left rear, and of course Austin got a bit loose, but he overcorrected way to the right.
He's got significant engine damage, a lot of smoke coming from that machine, so unfortunate for him. He's also appears he's had some connection issues, so he's been flashing out a little bit as well, so don't know if his connection played a role in that incident or not, but definitely the end result not good for Austin Craig. But as I was saying before that caution came out, looking at some of the names that are in this feature or even failed to qualify for the feature, the turnout for this was not only amazing, but the quality of the drivers that showed up, the talent that showed up to this event this weekend was just phenomenal. Many of the greatest short track racers on iRacing showed up for this.
Yep. And I just want to take this moment to thank Double Clutch and Sport Track Racing Network for sponsoring this portion of the race. And I'm looking at it right now. Of the 32 cars that started this event, 25 of them are on the lead lap. And I believe we had 54 drivers attempt to get into the race.
I believe that's correct. And touching on something you said moments ago about those drivers wanting to get the custom diecast of their paint scheme, Redline Designs is your custom diecast source. They use the highest quality materials so fans and collectors can get as close to the real thing as possible. They'll even do a custom diecast based off of your iRacing paints. So be sure to check out Redline Designs. They're offering, like Brandon said, the custom diecast, a Hard Charger award, and a pole award for the winner of the first heat race. In lap 93, we apologize for missing, was sponsored by Young Motorsports.
But as they come this time by, they will get the lead. They will get the green flag. Oxford Plains 250s, presented by the Sunday Hauler. Trey will be on that inside line again. Yet again, another fantastic restart. Kennedy's trying to work his way into second right now on that inside line, but I don't think he'll be able to get into it. And we got one car drifting on turns 3 and 4, somehow saving it.
Too wide for a good couple of rows there.
Not sure who that was that got tapped or loose off turns 3 and 4.
Was a fantastic save though.
That it was.
On back there, they're starting to get single file. Looks like Ryan Borges being one of the long cars on the outside. He's really going to need to find him a hole or he'll lose a considerable amount of positions.
This is a perfect example of just how tight these cars are going to be running, because look at him. He's stuck out there. There's absolutely no holes at the moment for him to get into. So you really have two options here. Run hard and try to stay where you're at on that outside line, or drift back into a hole farther back and give up a few positions.
Looks like if the 17 and the 33 get around him, we'll have a sizable gap for him to drop down into, so it's still unfortunate losing several positions, falling back to around the 12th position and still dropping. If he can fall into this hole behind the number 33, he will fall into the 14th position.
Let's get back and talk about Trey, leading every lap so far in this 250 lap event. That is absolutely amazing. And we have a car around on the front stretch, the number 46 of Jared Bosey's, or Jared B. Looks like he may have gotten turned by someone on the exit of 4.
He got a little help from the number 5 car. Looks like the 5 got back on the gas a little earlier than the 46, and the end result was the 46 going for a spin. Didn't touch anything, kept pointing in the right direction after a quick 360, and he'll be back to maybe contend for this thing.
I gotta say, that is some heavy right rear damage he already had. Not sure how that's affecting the car.
I believe he was involved in one of the earlier incidents.
You are correct.
Great thing about racing these super late models, you can put these things through a lot and only damage the body, and the things will still handle like they're brand new. So a lot of these cars you'll probably see up front and wonder how they're up there. There must have been a lot of luck going their way. It's just, quite frankly, because the actual frame and all the other parts of the car are really durable in this car.
And as we complete, or as we're going to complete lap 105 and go on to 106, I want to thank Wheelman Racing League for sponsoring this portion of the race. Wheelman Racing League is a Sunday night nationwide series who will be broadcasting 5 of their upcoming races. If you're looking for a Sunday night nationwide league, check them out at www.teamwheelmanracing.com. Follow them on Facebook at Wheelman Racing Facebook.
As we're still pacing here, just an outstanding performance by Trey Durrell, but it looks like he might have taken that machine down pit road, and he did.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, sir. Already pit road
Easy, buddy.
strategy. Pit road strategy already coming into play right now. Looks like he saw an opportunity to maybe help his tire. I didn't think he takes tires. I didn't think he took tires this early in the race, but he did top off that tank with fuel. Maybe hoping for a long green flag run. We're passing a lot of these guys when another caution comes out.
No, he took that thing down to 25% tape, like he gave us that inside look on his strategy earlier when we interviewed him. So Kenneth Lindsley will take over the lead, Preston Boers second, Derek Holmgren in third, Bruce Perry fourth, and Stephen Burnett fifth, followed by Parker Traves, Derek Robertson, Ricky Abreu, Alan Young, and Steven Shore rounding out your top 10.
Steven's been in that same spot of 10th for about the entire race as we go back to green. This time Trey will not lead into the green flag. It'll be Kenneth Lindsay.
It is a little odd not seeing Trey up there at the front, but I'm sure he'll work his way back up through the field as we have another caution.
Ooh, big wreck in 3 and 4. Cars being collected.
Looks like it started with the 46 is one of the first cars I've seen sideways. Yes, no, not the 46. It was in front of him. This one started up towards the front and ended.
Just checking up with the 24 of Alan Young in that Buffalo Wild Wings. He was on the inside of Ryan Borges entering 3. Oh, and he got clipped from behind by the number 33. Yeah, Brooks was trying to make a pass on him and just caught up to Allen way faster than he thought he was going to get to and spun Allen around.
Looks like only a few cars got turned around out of that deal. Nobody actually ended up hitting Allen. It looked like it was a chain reaction, people getting on the brakes and some people not getting on the brakes as soon as others, and it resulted in a couple of cars getting turned around, but not too many with significant damage.
Nope, that absolutely looked worse at the first glance that I took than actually looking at it.
Cars scattering everywhere. It did look like that was a pretty large wreck, but luckily only a few cars got damage out of it.
Right now Trey with the most laps led. He's in the 20th position right now. And I think at this point in the race he might just try to stay in the back, stay out of wrecks, because he has absolutely no damage on that war machine. So from the heat races, did you think the race was going to play out like this with quite a bit of cautions this early in the race? We're not even halfway yet and we already have pretty much a lot of cars with a bunch of damage.
Honestly, I didn't expect this with the amount of talent in this field and the way these heat races went as we go green, the number 50 leading them. And it is a little surprising, but when you go from having 8 to 14 cars on the track to 32 on the track, you gotta expect it.
Yeah, that's 32 minds that are dying to win this race and only one can get there. Right now, Kenneth, it does not look like he has a car faster than Preston right now. I think Preston might be able to get around him. Preston seems to get a better exit off the turns because he has a wider exit, and it seems to help him on the entries.
It is interesting to see some of these guys have better setups on the entry of the corners, and some are getting off the corner better than others, so that might play a role here, and that's actually, I believe, played a role in some of our accidents with drivers getting into the corner really well, but not getting the momentum off the corner and getting run over from behind.
Right now, Preston is about 3/300ths of a second faster than Kenneth is right now, because he catches up to about 2/10 every lap. Because when this did start, he was about 4/10 back. Now he's at 2. Might be cutting it down to 1 in a couple laps.
A provisional entry, or not provisional, somewhat provisional entry, I guess we could say, of Brandon Wilkinson. It's the last car on the lead lap right now, 9.3 seconds back from the leader. So, not sure if he's having issues with the car or if he's just taking that conservative route he spoke about in his interview. But definitely, here when we're approaching halfway in about 2 laps, he probably needs to start picking up the pace just a little bit and making up a few spots here and there, especially if we're going to have several cautions and not have time to make up positions.
Right now he has about half the track length on your rear, Kenneth Lindsay. And Brandon has no damage on the car that I can see at the moment, so I believe he might be taking that conservative route that he said he was.
Back up here, nothing's changed up front. Still Kenneth Lindsley and Preston Boers. Your 1-2. Derek in 3rd. Parker Traves and Stephen Burnett in the 5th. Top 5.
Now this is honestly what I expected from this race, with the entire field on the inside line. I think they realize that they need to take it easy at this moment, and they basically just let everyone get online. No one's really trying to make any passes at the moment. Right now Kenneth is catching up to the number 8 machine of David Kay, who is 5 laps down at the moment. And this will honestly be interesting to see what David will do, because this will be the first time the leader actually catches a lap car.
We're getting word from the Ryan Borges pit that he is running a little hot in the temperatures, and he's trying to nurse this thing to the next pit stop. Having a bit of an overheating issue, so hopefully he can nurse that thing into his pits and not blow his motor here. I've heard of several drivers complaining of a bit of an overheating issue. So it'll be interesting to see next pit stop if we have a lot of drivers coming down to reduce their tape or get some front end damage repaired.
Yeah, no, that's interesting, because a lot of the drivers said that this really wasn't a downforce track, and yet we have so many drivers say that they were putting tape on or getting a bit warm in there.
I know there's been countless times in the super late model where I've forgotten to lower my tape from qualifying, and let's just say it wasn't good for the engine, but don't sound like that's what happened with some of these drivers. I think they just kind of underestimated the distance that they're running on this track with the higher amount of tape that they might have been running in their heat races or the LCQ.
Yeah, and at this point, the number 4 of Trey, race might be in his favor, because he did top off on gas on the last caution. This is kind of a green flag run. This is really the first one we've had people spread out, and we're going to get in line to see a green flag run pretty soon.
Looking back through the field at Trey, he's one of the cleaner cars back there mid-pack. So that might play in his favor. He's kept his nose clean. So even if he's having a little bit of the temperature climb, still after he took that tape off, he don't have the front end damage blocking that grill to get the air to the radiator. If you do have damage there, you'll overheat and more than likely blow your motor.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of cars that have damage, and then there's people like the 21 of Jake Pullen, who has no damage at all, and he's in the middle of the break. He's in the middle of the pack right now, and he's been staying out of trouble, playing this game smart, and just trying to basically keep his car together.
You can really tell who's taking the conservative route and is having luck go their way just by the look at the bodies of their cars.
Yeah, it's all about being in the right place at the right time on this track. Right now the gap between first and third is 2.5 seconds. Right now Kenneth can basically just take it easy right now, because he has Preston pretty much like a second behind him. If he messes up on a turn or gets loose, he has plenty of time to save it and keep on going and keep the lead.
More information from the Ryan Borges pit. Ryan is at 270 on the temperature, so he's clutching it through the corners, trying to cool this thing off. 280 is when it gets red in there, and you can't go really wrong with it on 280.
Oh, and we have a car sideways in 3, the 54 of Stephen F. Burnett. Sorry about cutting you off there.
Not a problem. Ryan Borges came over the radio and was cheering when that caution came out. He'll definitely be coming down pit road. Let's try to see who was collected in that.
Looks like the number 33 of Justin Brooks again getting on the inside of someone. Stuck his nose down there on the entry at turn 3, trying to get under the 54. His right front caught the left rear of the 54 machine. And Steven just drifted up the track, not into traffic or anything. And really, he got out of there clean.
So we've got about 107 laps left here in this race. Definitely played out more of a surprising manner. More cautions than I expected in the early stages of the race. Got a nice little green flag run there.
Yeah, but we have under yellow pit stops for a majority of the field. A lot of the leaders went in that time. And I'm really going to be following Trey through this because he's completely off the fuel strategy of most people, and he has one of the more dominant cars out there today. I think he knows exactly what he's doing out there with the fuel strategy and how things are going to take place.
He stayed out and has managed to make his way up through to the 5th position.
And at this time, I would like to thank Southern Maine Motors for helping out this part of the race. And then, yet again, our main sponsor, which is the Sunday Hauler. The Sunday Hauler offers the largest selection of motorsport diecast on the web. They carry anything from NASCAR, NHRA to World of Outlaws. If you're a hardcore diecast collector or just a person that wants to have a diecast of their favorite driver, please check them out at thesundayhauler.com. Sunday Hauler has what you're looking for.
And pace car ducks off. Kenneth Lindsley leading him to the green, and he goes. Does not get as good of a start as Justin Brooks.
Guys, get me back in there, my bad.
And a couple black flags being given out, but on iRacing, not the admins of this race.
Sounds to me like someone might have taken it down the pits last minute and had to catch back up and couldn't quite get there in time.
But there is a pile up on 1 and 2.
And that is not good.
The number 17 of Stephen E. Shore, Michael Randabu, and the number 49. Then number 56 of Brendan Wilkinson being caught up in that.
Looks like they were 3 wide going into the corner with the 6, the 2, and the 49. The 6 and the 2 make contact, 2 drifts up into the innocent bystander, the 49, which collects the 17 and the 56 along with him. So,
Brandon actually got caught up in the wreck because of Ryan Borges on his inside. Brandon braked for the wreck, and Borges was on his inside. And a lot of drivers complaining on how that restart was. A lot of them not happy with how the checking up and all that happened. And we want to try to get an interview with our leader at the moment, who's Justin Brooks, if we can.
Justin's really overcome a lot. He got turned around early, turned around a couple of times since then, but got a little cosmetic damage, but he's the leader, so glad to see things have probably used a little bit of pit strategy and make these things work out for him.
Yeah, he's been involved in quite a lot of incidents today. Banged up.
We have him. Hey, Justin, you got a copy?
Yeah, 10-4, guys. What's up?
Man, you've
man.
overcome quite a bit here tonight. Tell us a little bit about your race.
Well, I was just trying to ride at the beginning, but I got taken out there after I got shuffled to the outside, and ever since then I took gas because you needed basically one pit stop to make it here in gas, and it seems like everything's returning back in my favor. I hope I can hold off these guys behind me. I think I can make it to the end. I'm just worried about Trey back there. He's been pretty fast all race.
Now, is that damage on the rear of your car affecting the handling, or is it just pure cosmetic damage?
Yeah, it's affecting it right in the center a little bit. I think that's what's going to get me. I'm going to try to hold off Trey. He's on the same setup, but he's been faster than me all week, so we'll see what I can do here.
Alright, man, well, good luck, and we'll let you get back to your chat as you go green. Oh, no, they're actually throwing a caution flag.
Well, while we still have you, if there's any sponsors, teammates, anybody like that you'd like to shout out, mic's yours.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. I want to thank Short Track Racing Network coming on board, sponsoring me today. Fast Track Sims, Elliott Realty, Kevin's Paint and Body Shop, and everyone else that's helped with this week and getting this set up fast as it's been. Hopefully, we can bring home the W today.
All right, coming to 1 to green. We appreciate you talking with us, and good luck. And they're coming to get 1 to green, lap 154. They'll take the green as long as they don't delay it another lap at lap 155. So around 95 laps left in this race.
Justin Brooks going to get a beautiful restart, leaving the outside line. He's got at least a 3-car length lead right now on the second place of the 7 car, who is Brian. And we got a couple cars off the track on the high side of turn 3. Caution has not come out yet.
Still racing, a lot of action behind these guys. Behind the leader, that is.
Yep, 2 cars in the grass. One is the 26 of Pierre. Not sure who the other car is. But we are green.
Single file with the exception of a couple double file battles. Don't look like anything too intense, just a couple of guys looking for a hole. So looks like they stay like they are right now. We'll have a shot of another green flag around here.
They're getting a bit aggressive right behind Jesse Potter in the number 81 Dodge is Parker Traves and Derek Robertson.
Justin didn't feel like he'd be able to pull away from Trey, but it looks like he's got a pretty good gap on him, about 0.7 of a second ahead of him. Be interesting to see if Trey closes that gap any here in the next couple of laps. Not that time.
My bad. Oh. I've been listening to the radio chatter of a lot of the drivers right now, and there's a lot more take and give than there was earlier in the race.
Looks like Trey cut that gap just barely that last lap, so looks like the 33 and 4 are on the very even playing field. I know they're running the same setup, so it looks like they're Justin's not gaining any on him, but Trey's not catching him at all either, so pretty interesting.
And let's yet again thank Rolf Designs. Be sure to go on facebook.com/Rolf Designs and like him on Facebook because he does a tremendous job with designs and logos for iRacing and real life. Whether you're a business or just needing to sell some things, he does a fantastic job at making them. Please check out Rolf Designs.
We'd like to thank all of the sponsors here for the SARA 250 tonight. Putting up lap money, just prizes for the winner, prizes for people who could not make it through the heats and the LCQ into the main event. So many of the drivers that signed up for this, paid their entry fee and all that good stuff, are walking away with some sort of prize. I don't know about you, Brandon, but this whole afternoon, weekend for that, it's you can feel the excitement as we have a caution. It looks like these drivers have had a great time with this event, and really great event that SARA's put on for us.
And I gotta say, I've had a fantastic time broadcasting for him as 37 has turned around on the front stretch.
Manuel Sanchez. Getting turned around, didn't get hit or hit anything, so another one of those spin and goes. Caution comes out. Don't look like he even has much damage, so he's fairly clean. A little bit of damage on the rear bumper of that car, but that's common here at Oxford, where one car has a dent in the rear end, another has one in the front end. So this being a one-groove track, a lot of people have to use the bumper to get around one another.
Yep. I really can't tell the way these drivers are doing, because they'll do fantastic for like 15 laps, and then they'll just start deciding to race a bit harder and try to get a pass or something, and it's just not ending as well as they plan.
Yeah, definitely some of these guys coming in here with high hopes. Haven't had the nights that they planned for, but TJ Graves being one of those 6 laps down had a...
And go ahead and look at your person in second position right now, that 4 of Trey. Very, very dominant car with a very, most likely a dominant pit strategy. Took fuel early in the race. Took fuel earlier in the race, and it's working out real good for him. And as we pretty much go by halfway in this race with around, what is it, little over 50 laps left, like 70, 80 laps left, this is when it gets into crunch time. This is when most of the guys said that they were going to start like trying to race up there, trying to get their way up to the win. And right now, out of the 32 cars that have started this race, 18 cars are in the lead lap. Brandon Wilkinson is the last car in the lead lap in the number 56 car, and Ryan Borges will be waved around this time. Get his 1 lap down position, like, removed. He got the lucky dog.
We did get a report from Ryan Borges that his temperature has gone down since he took off that tape as they're going green. Justin Brooks leads him, gets a good jump. Caution is out.
What happened there?
Not sure, but that did not last long at all.
That was... not exactly sure what happened there. Don't believe people were in line because I don't see any cars turned around.
But I would assume it has something to do. There was a group a good ways off of the pack with Ryan getting his wave around, Manuel Sanchez, and several lap down cars, and people getting their wave arounds. Looks like they were almost 3 wide there, and I don't know. They were almost stopped actually, the 17 and the 37, so I believe that might have brought out the caution, them trying to get lined up. So we'll go around 5 more laps here under yellow. Be able to go back green.
I'll do it. Ryan Borges, got a copy?
Yes, I have a copy.
Well, Ryan, how's your race going right now? Because I'm seeing some crazy racing down there. I know you just got your lap back. But, how's your race been going so far?
Could be going better, to be honest. Started off... Honestly, it started off pretty well. I was moving through the pack. I had the inside on most of the restarts, and was moving from my starting position of 18th all the way up to about the top 5, top 6. But from there on, I started getting the outside lane, started falling back a little bit, and started getting some overheating issues. And from there on, it's been a little bit downhill, but trying to recover after a mishap on pit road where I couldn't find my pit stall because it got moved to the front stretch from the back stretch from the warm-up to the race because of I guess somebody didn't race. And yeah, I'm just trying to recover from that, and finally got my lap back here, and just trying to make the best of it.
So, do you have those overheating issues fixed?
Yep, I was up to about 270. I thought I was about ready to blow up the motor, but lowered the tape a little bit, and I should be good to go.
Alright, looks like you're doubling up, so good luck here, man. We'll be rooting for you.
Thank you.
User was moved out of your channel.
Right now, going on to lap 180 out of 200, there's 20 cars at this moment that can walk away with this win, as they're going to go green this time by Justin Brooks. Will lead him to the green flag on that inside line. Trey's going to fall in right behind him, as Brian and Jake in the 21 and 7 car are going to fight it out for third.
Tell you, Trey wasted no time getting down there on that inside line. He's seen the result of some of those guys getting hung up on the outside there.
Yeah, really that's the key. I think the first 2 cars basically have it set if the leader goes and gets that run that they have been getting. The second place car can just fall in line and follow him around. I'd yet again like to thank Double Clutch and the Short Track Racing Network for helping us do this race at SARA. So thank you very much. And while this race keeps on going, the 33, Justin Brooks, still just gonna stay in line and lead this field around.
Looks like a bit of a stack up off of turn 4 there with the 35. Didn't get off the corner a little bit, no contact, but saw a bit of an accordion effect. Was the 6 getting into the back of Parker Traps there in 1 and 2.
The yellow flag is out.
Caution has come out once again here at Oxford. Try to get us a number, a name here, and see who,
the 81 of Jesse Potter goes around on the low side of turn 2.
Jesse's got quite a bit of damage on that car. He's had a rough night.
After all the wrecks we've seen tonight, this is probably one of the slowest ones. A lot of hits taken, but I don't think a lot of damage actually came out of it.
Looks like the 17 stuck his nose in a hole that wasn't quite big enough for his car. Turned the 81 around. Like you said, not a lot of speed involved in that, but definitely a lot of contact. So, contact actually spun Jesse around though, got him pointing in the right direction, and he was able to drive away.
Yeah, but you gotta feel for him at this point. I mean, he's been involved in at least a couple incidents, and I mean, he's 1 lap down at the moment, and just being spun around there and having more damage doesn't really help him. Coming back to around 60 laps left in this race. I'm trying to think what's the best move, like say if you were in 7th or 8th or something at the moment, like how you want to move up there.
At least runner Parker Traves and find out. Appears Parker has his headset muted, so I don't think he is available to talk right now. We'll try to get in with him on the next caution. But it would be interesting to see some of these guys, because we know we've watched some of the front runners' pit strategies develop. In the case of Justin Brooks, with some bad luck leading to good luck, and Trey just good luck leading to more good luck. So, but it would be interesting to see how Parker and some of those guys will work their full strategy.
Definitely. Like I said, coming down around 6 to go, and I'm going to be looking at 5, like probably the 5th position all the way back to maybe 10th, with Derek, Preston, Parker, Bruce, and Ricky all in contention to maybe get up there and lead a lap, as the pace car will duck down this time by. Justin Brook on that inside line. Ooh, they're about going to be even as they touch the line there. They're wrecking on the front stretch. At least 4 cars around, that's what I saw. Looked like the number 22 of TJ Graves involved in that incident. And Derek H, man, in the number 87 car. Really having nowhere to go as the 17 moved up into him on the front stretch. Not really sure what happened there. Maybe all the way up to Ryan Borges moving the 21 car of Jake Paulin up the track. Maybe cause guys behind him to stack up. Is the 17 of Stephen E. Shore. Basically backed up pretty bad and ran into the 17 car. Met the front bumper of the 81, driven by Jesse Potter, and it was basically just pretty ugly.
Things got really ugly there. Derek Robertson, this is Travis in the booth. You got us?
I got you.
Derek, a little bit of how your race has been going tonight.
It's been going pretty well. Restarts are definitely key. You want to get to the bottom. But it's been going pretty well. Car feels good. Just kind of taking my time, working my way to the front, hopefully.
How's the racing been for you? You seen a lot of contact out of there, or you've been one of the lucky ones to stay away from all the incidents?
I've been one of the lucky ones so far. I've kind of a little bumper tag here and there, but nothing too big of a deal. I did spin Jared around, I believe, maybe once, but it wasn't on purpose. It didn't come up as contact points. I'm not too sure what happened, but other than that, it's been pretty straightforward, thankfully.
Alright, as you are doubling up the Mike Shears, if you have any shout-outs or sponsors you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Sarah for throwing us on, all the sponsors that came on with this, Matt Ralph for the paint, and Turn 4 Racing for setup tips, so appreciate it. Thanks for you all broadcasting as well. Here we go.
Alright, good luck, man.
Thank you.
And as they come down to take the green flag on lap 197, Justin Brooks is going to keep that 33 machine down on that curb. Let people just fall in line behind him with Trey right behind him. Basically, they're just single file all the way back there to at least the 7th position. Oh, but Trey's going to use the bumper and try to move Justin up the track.
Oh, contact.
He does.
33 saves it.
Trey using the bumper, moving Justin up the track. Now Justin's going to have to fight to get in a hole on that inside line.
Almost being able to get between the 5 and the 35, that hole closed up.
Now that was a pretty aggressive move by Trey, but I gotta say, it does take some talent to hit someone and not have them wreck, as they are wrecking on the high side of turn 4.
Man,
Looks
50
like
to go. I guess we've seen Trey be really conservative tonight. It looks like he has that sense of urgency, he knows it's time to go.
Yeah, seems like the number 50 of Kenneth Lee Lindsay came down just slightly on the 98 and got turned around on that high side of turn 4.
Gotta feel bad for Kenneth. He had a really good run going there. He actually was up there, led quite a few laps up there in the middle portions of this race, so didn't hit anything. He's another one of those lucky ones that just got turned around. Not much damage on that machine though. Gotta mention, I like that paint scheme of Kenneth's. Never seen a Chips Ahoy car.
Yeah, definitely. What I like is how the official charity of the SARA 250 here at Oxford Plains is the Child's Play charity that, yet again, donates video games, books, and toys to hospitals and children healthcare facilities. And making children better, making them smile, making them just enjoy, like, in whatever situation they're in. It's basically one of the greatest things you can do in this life. So we just want to thank Child's Play Charity for hopping online for the SARA 250 race. And yet again, just looked for amazing finish in this race.
Definitely. And looking through our entries here tonight, we have quite a few New England drivers. And we have somewhat of a race within the race between the New England drivers. The highest finishing New England driver will win 2 tickets to Saturday and Sunday of NASCAR Sprint Cup weekend at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. So New Hampshire Motor Speedway is New England's largest sporting facility, and it's only NASCAR Speedway, hosting 2 Sprint Cup races a year and other various touring series each year. New Hampshire Motor Speedway is your destination for a while. It's not the same sitting at home. Buy your tickets today. I have to admit, New Hampshire Motor Speedway is a wonderful track. Even sitting at home watching it on TV, but I know several people have been and said it's one of the most exciting races you ever go to, so check them out. New Hampshire Speedway.
It is a wonderful facility. And as the pace car lights go out, we're going to come down to around 44 laps remaining in this 50-lap race. We want to thank you guys for sticking around, and this is when it's going to get real good, because you got guys in the back thinking, hey, I need to move up there, where we're pretty close to the end of this. It's hard to make passes on guys here, so this is when the aggressive part of everyone comes out. Green flag comes out, and yet again at the point is Trey and that number 4 car taking the green flag, having about car length lead on Brian and Derek.
I'm telling you, man, Trey has these restarts down.
He definitely does, man. He has been so strong all day. He pitted a bit earlier than most of the field, hoping it would pay out, and it certainly has. He's yet again at point. And there is a car off the high side of turn number 4. He must have got spun around previous lap, but no caution will wave as we're still green.
Now, an interesting thought. I wonder if that 33 is still a little hot under the collar with the 4 for that bit of contact for Trey to get that lead back. Be interesting to see if the 33 gets back to the 4 if we see some more contact.
I don't know, looking at it right now, Justin Brooks would be on the inside of the second row. If there was a caution right now, he may go use that bumper on Trey, but there's no caution at the moment. Trey's slowly pulling away from Derek Robinson, too.
33 getting a little bit loose behind him. Gathers it up, no incident. 2 cut him a little bit of slack. The 2 could have probably forced the issue a little bit. The 2 Preston Rose decided he'd stay in line.
The yellow flag is out.
Yeah, ooh, caution out.
Caution
There's a spinning 2. Looks like it was the 50 car of Kenneth Lindsay.
Again, for at one point leader of this race, had a really strong car.
Actually, it looks like Kenneth maybe had moved up the track into the 37 car of Manuel. And just tapped his left rear. Got him a bit loose in the center and then just pushed him 50 feet or so down the turn.
Nothing intentional back then. He apologized to me, understanding, telling him it was no problem. So those two didn't look like they got too much damage out of it. So don't think they're even pitting. So I believe they'll stay out and go for it some more. Oh yeah, while we've been having opportunities to thank the great sponsors of SARA, someone we'd like to thank as well is Kyle Gilbert, pushing the buttons, making this broadcast happen, doing all the camera work for Dorm Racing TV. So we'd like to thank him for putting in the hard work to get this broadcast live and active.
Yep, thank you. This is for your continuous joy for all the fans of the SARA racing community and all that. I'm sure these guys have fans out there with fantastic races like this, and I'd also like to thank NEO Racing News. NEO Racing News is our home for racing news, photos, and videos across the Northeast Ohio state. They bring you the latest from area asphalt tracks to dirt tracks with updates from regional and national touring series. Be sure to visit neoracingnews.com today.
Now, Brendan, I don't know about you, but this is my first SARA event I've ever been a part of or watched. I don't know about you, but I'm really becoming a fan of this league. I'll definitely be tuning in and watching and keeping up with this league, because I know if all the races are like we've seen this afternoon, this is a really great league.
I gotta say, man, this race is far better than what I figured it was going to be. From the heat races, I was worried about some wrecks here and there. I mean, yes, there has been quite a few wrecks in this race, but really they've all been racing incidents. They're not having guys not really thinking as they enter a turn or something like that.
Green flag is out. And caution is out.
And not really sure, not exactly sure what happened on that one. Looks like it wasn't really a bad wreck, but the guy who got the worst is Fred. No, in the number 55 car. Looks like when the pack went 3 wide, he got bumped and got thrown off the track by the number 6 car of Bruce Perry.
So now we're down to about 29 laps, 30 laps to go here. This, I believe, will start seeing the intensity pick up.
And I believe they would get the 1 to go this time by.
So doubling up 1 to go, Trey Jarrell, Justin Brooks, Derek Robertson, Parker Traves, Preston Boards, Ricky Bruce, Stephen Burnett, Ryan Borges, Darren Boreos, and Matt Rolfe, your top 10. This is going to be wild. We're getting down here to the last couple of laps. You'll start seeing these guys forcing the issue a little more. I have a feeling we're probably not done with cautions. Green flag back in the air. It's a dead heat off into turn 1. 33 drops down in line. The 578 is too wide all the way back from 3rd to 5th.
Justin returns the favor on the exit of turn 2 using the bumper to barely move Trey up the track. Trey is going to be stuck on the high side as there is a train of cars behind him. Can he get down in front of the 5? Yes, he does on the entry of turn 1.
I had a feeling that was coming as the caution comes out. And this is shaping up to be one heck of a finish.
Might want to look at the 56 and the 37 cars. Brandon Wilkinson involved in another incident. Seemed like Bruce Perry got turned around on the exit 4, and Brandon Wilkinson got hit on the backside of his car, getting to avoid the wreck.
And we've got your 8th position driver, number 54, Stephen Burnett. You got a copy? Stephen, this is Travis in the booth. You got me?
10-4, I got you.
Steven, how's your race been going, man? We see you're up there in the 8th position, getting down to the end of this race. How's your race been going for you, and what's your plan for the end of this race?
Hopefully to make it out in one piece. The cars felt real good. It's gotten a little tight as the races come on, and got all the way up to 5th and just kind of had a little mishap early on, but we're back up here in the top 10, and hopefully we can get a top 5 finish.
All right, man, well, it looks like... Yeah.
Go ahead. We appreciate you talking with us, and as I believe we're going to come around to get one to green this time by, but Mike Shears, if you have any shout-outs or sponsors you'd like to thank. Alright, doubling up for the green here. Good luck to you, Steven, and hopefully you can bring this thing home.
Alright, thank you, sir.
He called you sir.
Yeah.
And as pace car lights go down, coming to green this time by, with 20 laps to go, this is going to be a crazy, crazy finish. You got basically the 2 dominant contenders all day, Trey and Justin bringing this field to the green.
I have a feeling we're not done with those 2 trading bumpers either.
I don't think we're done with cautions in general.
Everybody's going to be going for it in this one group track. Definitely going to be some contact here.
Trey has such a more dominant entry to the turn. I don't know if he's overdriving it or if he's just comfortable doing that, but he seems to gain so much on Justin on those entries and be able to work it all the way around the turn.
Getting to that bumper. No, Trey wants it. This has just been a fantastic weekend for these guys. Saw it coming down. They've worked hard for this.
Yeah,
man. Down to 18 to go.
This is what the whole weekend's for. The 6 heat races, the go or go home race, all the go or go homers trying to get in. All of that comes down to these last 20 laps.
Top 2 have broken away here. If you're just tuning in, this is the SARA 250 presented by the Sunday Hauler live from Oxford. We're Dorm Racing TV. I'm Travis Brown, and that's Brandon Monteveas. And if you're just tuning in, you've missed a lot of action. Had a bunch of heat races this afternoon, LCQ, and now we're in the feature main event. We got Justin Brooks and Trey Jarrell battling for the win here, with just under 15 laps to go here. So, shaping up to be one great finish.
Yes, sir. Right now, Justin seems to be in a comfortable spot where he can drive his line comfortably. He doesn't really have to worry about Trey being on his bumper. And then Trey's also in the position thinking about where he wants to do the bump and run and all that. Looked like the 26 was off the track smoking.
No caution, but it looks like he's having, so you're definitely having some engine run. These cars aren't supposed to have black smoke coming out of them.
As the leaders come back in the backstretch, they will be greeted by some black smoke.
Just adding to the action here, reducing the visibility.
And that 17 car, who is driven by Stephanie Shore, will make his way to pit road, where I do believe his day is done.
Coming to 10 to go this time by Justin Brooks, Trey Jarrell, giving it their all. They both want it.
And I just quickly want to thank the Mulcahy MULKIERN racing team. It's basically a super late model team based out of Maine. Travis Scott, Mulcahy, and iRace and Bobby Thompson complete in the Pro All-Star Series and other main tracks including Oxford and Big Ridge. As we come back to the leaders, it is basically a two-car race right now. Down to 9 laps to go. Can Trey use that bumper and move Justin up the track?
Coming to 7 to go this time by, so this is more contact. This is going to get loud here.
Yep, Trey's going to use that bumper. They're going to be wheel-to-wheel entering turn 3.
Trey gets by him. Now, Justin, I guarantee you, he wants to get back to 4 to give him his bump and then maybe get by him for the win here. Coming to 6 to go this time by. Trey's got a little bit of a lead, about a car length of a lead on Justin. Justin's not giving in any. He's going to drive it in a little more deep. These two drivers are just giving it up. They're all. Derek Robinson in the number 5 car is about 2 seconds back. Now they're going to catch a lap car here. 22 TJ Graves. Telling them to go low. He's going to stay high, not affect the ending of this one. Good move by TJ. As they're coming to 3 to go this time, at 248 of 250. Justin has it. He needs to show it. He's got to drive it down in there really hard and try to get to that bumper of the number 4. Coming to 2 to go. He closes the gap.
2 to go. Trey is going to leave this field. Oh, and caution will come out. This race will end under caution. Dude named Ryan saved it off at 4. Trey will win it. Last lap under caution. Trey Gerald and the number 4 will win. Or if his engine doesn't blow or he doesn't run out of gas, he will claim the victory at the SARA 250 at Oxford Plains, presented by the Sunday Hauler. And I'd yet again like to thank RacingTrader.ca for everything that they do, sponsoring this portion of the race. Right here, Trey will come and take the checkered flag.
Looks like that caution was for the 50 getting into the back of the 32. The 32 made an awesome save, but it brought up the caution. Ending this race, Trey Jarrell's your winner, Justin Brooks 2nd, Derek Robinson 3rd, Preston Boris 4th, Parker Traves 5th, Ryan Borges 6th, Kenneth Winsley the 3rd, 7th, Stephen Burnett 8th, 9th is the number 7, Brian, and 10th is Jared Dorios. So we'll get your top 3 in here, talk to them about their race, and so stick around.
And Trey just wanted to burn the tires off and not being able to with guys running into him and checking him out and all that. He is so happy right now. His fuel strategy was able to work out. His whole day was able to work out. He stayed out of trouble from lap 1. He was able to pass people, move people up the track without causing a giant wreck. He did a fantastic job today. And Justin Brooks in number 33 coming in second due to a late race caution.
And we've got your top 3 here with us, so we'll start with third, Derek Robinson. You have a copy.
Hey, yeah, I do have a copy. How's it going, guys?
Derek, you were in third, just came up a little bit short here. You probably got to see one heck of a battle between the 4 and the 33. Tell us about how your race went, and well, tell us about how your race went.
Yeah, race went well. I think the car is pretty clean outside of the rubber buildup on it. But yeah, I knew Brooks and Trey were going at each other pretty hard. And in all honesty, I was trying to work it in my favor to where they would just get mad enough at each other where they'd take each other out. Not gonna lie, maybe I can just inherit the lead or the win. But they were faster all around. So Preston was faster and me in fourth as well. But just track position worked out. I did well enough on the restarts to where I could be on the inside line. It worked out there in the end. But it went well. Car got tight on me there at the end, but I have no complaints at all.
Yeah, you did a heck of a job keeping that thing out of trouble. And Mike Shears, if you have any sponsors you'd like to thank or any shout-outs.
Yeah, like I said, I'd like to thank SARA. Thank you all for broadcasting this. Paul and Matt and other people behind the scenes that put this together. RB Performance, who sponsored the car, Bracket Mechanical. I'd like to thank my teammates for helping out with these setups. Also, thank my wife for watching the kid while I race. So I appreciate it, guys.
Derek Robertson, number 5 car, bringing it home third here tonight. Great run by Derek. I'll send it over to Brandon, who's caught up with your second place finisher.
Finishing second today in the SARA 250 presented by the Sunday Hauler is Justin Brooks. And Justin Brooks, I gotta say, man, you did a fantastic race, but so close, but yet so far due to a late race caution. How do you sum up your day here?
No, it was a good race, man. I gotta say congratulations to my teammate Trey. We raced each other like we weren't teammates. I mean, that's what you gotta do when you're racing this much money on the line. And he bumped me out of the way. I bumped him back, and then he got me there at the end. I was coming for him. If I had one more lap before that caution, or at least that caution not coming out, I think I would have got him.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing that race, but it just didn't happen today. You led quite a bit of laps, and you were in the front for basically the whole race. What was your strategy going into here, and did it change throughout? What?
Basically, just to ride the first 150 laps, and then when I got spun out, I said, "And you know what? It's go time." I started driving through the pack and got in a few incidents. One I know was my fault. The other one, dude cut down on me on, but I drove hard as I could through the pack and got up to the lead. And like I said, I was driving hard as I could, and so was Trey, and we just put on a heck of a show.
Yeah, man, that you did. I was entertained. I'm pretty sure the fans were. And the mic is yours if you want to do a shout out to anyone, maybe the Short Track Racing Network that you got on that Ford Fusion or anything.
Yeah, first off, I want to give a shout out to Elliott Realty, Rick Elliott, who owns the company. His father recently passed away today, and they've been a long-time sponsor of me and my cousin Kevin Ellis, who races late models. And I also want to give a shout out to Kevin Stanton Body, Fast Track Sim, Short Track Racing Network, Big Evil Racing, all those guys for coming on board for this race. I also want to thank Kenny Lindsley, Trey Jarrell, Brian Tedeschi, David Corey, all the guys over at Will and Dillon Motorsports for all the work this week on the setup. And thank you guys for putting on a heck of a broadcast.
Well, we appreciate it, man, and thanks for putting on a heck of a race. We couldn't do it without you guys wanting to race these. And I'll give it back to Travis in the winner's circle with the man probably burning off his tires at the moment.
Trey Jarrell, you got us?
I do, 10-4.
Awesome job tonight, man. You brought it home. Winner of the SARA 250, presented by the Sunday Hauler. Tell us how you did it.
Oh, it was just nice that I was able to get that good draw in the heat race. That's what really put me in the position to start with. Because I started second in the first heat, and I was able to get the pole position there. And the first part of the race, I was able to just ride and stay away from a whole lot of that, where other people were getting the cars torn up. And I had sort of an idea of when I wanted to pit, and I was a little bit nervous about it going back there and maybe knocking the fenders off. But I came in, and we had one of the longest green flag runs right when I came out, and I was able to work my way up pretty easily without having to worry about getting any wrecks. And then when that run was over, most people went and pitted, so I found myself in like 5th, and that made it a whole lot easier. And I was mostly racing against my teammates. They all raced me clean, and then Brooks and I had a hell of a show there. That was something else. But yeah, I just got to thank everybody at Wheel and Dillon Motorsports for working so hard. And we got Elliott Realty on the car, and Ty Majeski helped us with the setup this week. I really got to thank him. If it wasn't for him, I don't think we all would have ran as well as we did. And, Short Track Racing Network, but it really couldn't have gone any better. I couldn't ask for a better race as far as the way it played out for me. Something else. It doesn't happen like that ordinarily.
Tell us what was going through your mind as you were trading paint there at the end with your teammate. I know a lot of teammates don't race like that. Tell us what was going through y'all's mind.
I was definitely nervous. I was sweating it, but I don't know. I mean, we were both going for it there at the end. I just didn't want to wreck Brooks. I know he didn't want to wreck me, and we raced each other hard, and we'd done stuff like that before, so I knew we were capable of it. And I didn't want to get into him, but we were both going for the win there, so it's things it's just part of racing. But I'm just glad that we didn't take each other out, and that's just short track racing.
I gotta add this. A lot of people cannot do the bump and run, especially on a short track like this, without wrecking the person. And I gotta say, a lot of people may find it dirty that you're moving people up the track, but I gotta hand it to you, being able to do that without wrecking your teammate, even if he is your teammate. Just being able to not wreck a guy when you do that is fantastic.
I'll tell you something. The last time that we got together, when he slid up the track and I got under him, I didn't even have a time 0 for that. I'm not. I think I was into him, but I don't know. It was something how it worked out there, and I wish we didn't have to race each other that way. But like I said, that's short track racing. I think that's just the way the Oxford 250 is going to be on iRacing.
Yeah, well, yet again, congratulations on your win. This is probably a good weekend spent for you,
Oh, definitely. I took the SAT yesterday morning, and then I ran the Pass South race. I finished 8th in that, and then I got to come do this afternoon, so it couldn't have been a better week for me. But most of all, I'd just like to thank you all for giving us a great opportunity like this to put on a show. And there were a few wrecks, but all in all, I think it was a great race, and I hope y'all put this on again.
Yeah, well, that was a pretty amazing end. I just got to say, I am a little disappointed it ended under caution after all those. I know it probably would have been a heck of a race seeing you guys go at it with 2 to go. But yet again, congratulations, and Travis, you got anything else you want to ask him?
No, just congratulations on your win, and thank all of SARA. They put on a great event this weekend. I've been really enjoyed this broadcasting with Brandon and Kyle and all of them. It's been really exciting racing, and hopefully everybody watching it enjoyed it.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Good. And actually, I want to interview a fellow ex-cow racer right fast, who is the number 32 of Ryan Borges. How are you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing well, Brandon.
Well, did that race go anything like you expected it to go, or did it go completely opposite and do a 180 on you?
I didn't really have any mindset coming into this race on how it would go. I just came into it, tried to get the best prepared I could, and ran the race. So, with that being said, a 6th place is a really solid finish with the talent in this field and the what could have happened in this race, the amount of paint being traded and the amount of wrecks that happened. 6th place was definitely a great run for the Ryan Borges Racing 24 Designs Aurora Coin Toyota.
Yeah, you had some issues in the middle of the race with the overheating, and I know you probably got lucky with that caution, but that worked in your favor. You were able to work up the field from where you were at that point and finish 6th. How was it like trying to get back down into the inside on the restarts and all that? Was it as challenging as it looked out up here, or was it pretty easy?
Oh, it definitely was challenging trying to get to the inside. I mean, when this track is a one groove racetrack like it is, it's people want to protect that inside at all costs, and they're willing to do just about anything, which was shown in the race today to keep that inside groove. And if you can, when you're on the outside, if you could lose about 1 to 2 spots on the outside and get down to the bottom, that's a win-win situation. Let's put it that way. I mean, the inside was really preferred on the restarts, and when you could get the inside a couple restarts in a row, you'd really make a lot of progress through the field. So I think a couple segments of the race, I really got the inside on a bunch of the restarts, and that really propelled me through the field, especially when I had the overheating issue and I had to come down the pits. And I actually had an issue on pit road. I think I said this when I was getting a mid-race interview. My pit stall, it was I assume it was actually the first pit stall on the backstretch because I was lined up 19th for the race. But somebody, I think PJ Sturgis, he didn't race, so I got moved up to 18th in the starting order. I didn't realize this, but Oxford has 18 pit stalls, so my pit stall actually got moved up to the front stretch. So I went a lap down because I thought my pit stall was on the back stretch, and I went down the back stretch twice looking for my pit stall.
Oh man. Well, finishing second right outside the top 5 is a pretty good way to turn that around from going a lap down.
It is. It is, and I feel bad bringing out the playing a part in bringing out the caution there. I tried desperately to hold off Parker for 5th there. My tires were shot there towards the end of the race. I had pitted with about 100 to go. I don't know if anyone else up towards the front had actually pitted the majority of the race, but I feel like I'd burned a lot of my stuff off trying to get back through the pack, and I felt like I had a little bit of damage as well from some checkups and from restart messes, and I was just pushing all I had trying to get through the field and trying to get the most I could at the end. I couldn't hold off Parker. I tried to slide in. I feel bad bringing out that caution at the end, but congrats to Trey on the win. I'm happy with the 6th place for myself.
Well, congratulations on your 6th place finish, Ryan. And we'll go on. You spoke about that last caution there. Someone had a front row seat to that was Kenny Lindsley. And Kenny, do you have a copy?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, it was just a bad spot. I put myself in there. I was trying to close the door on him, and as I closed the door, I actually locked up my rear brakes and just ran right in the back of him. It was just a racing incident that could have been avoided. A little more give and take, but I mean, it was right there at the end, and we were trying to get all we could. Felt like I had the car to get around a couple of the guys, just didn't have enough time for it.
We saw you lead some laps, so you definitely did have a great car, and it was really entertaining to watch you. So, Mike Shears, if you have any shout-outs, sponsors, anybody like that you'd like to thank.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to go ahead and thank Matt Rolfe and the guys. They did a heck of a job giving us a good event here. I really liked the format. It was great. I got to thank Trey and Justin and all wheeling and dealing. Those guys really went through this week, and we really set the cars up to be able to just hold that bottom line. Even on the straightaways, we were able to just stick it right on the bottom. That gave us a lot of an advantage over other cars that kind of had to arc it a little more. Ty Majeski, he did a great job with us, just giving us a couple pointers here and there and just giving us that. So it was just great, and the cookies, they helped me.
Right on. I liked that Chips Ahoy paint scheme, and enjoyed watching you lead some laps. And unfortunately, you got into a little bit of contact there at the end, but definitely entertaining to watch you. Thanks for talking with us.
Yeah, thank you. You guys have a wonderful time. Thanks for broadcasting.
Parker Traves, this is Travis in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got a copy.
Tell us a little bit how your race went. You were another one that had a good view at that last caution there, and you were in the middle of a lot of that tonight. Tell us how your race went.
At the beginning we had to start 17th, I think, and it was tough getting up through the field. So on the outside you couldn't go anywhere, so you had to pinch them down a little bit and hope for the best and hope for a spot to open. But we finally got down to the bottom and could pick off a couple cars.
Well, you brought it home up there towards the front. Any sponsors or any shout-outs anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Dale Shaw at Shaw Motorsports for building me a good car to run here at Oxford Speedway, and thank SARA for putting on a good race.
All right, thanks for talking with us, Parker, and I'll send it back to Brandon to close us out.
Thank you.
Well, fans, I hope you're entertained by today's SARA 250 here at Oxford Plains, presented by the Sunday Hauler. And do remember that the Sunday Hauler offers the largest selection of motorsports diecast on the web. They carry anything from NASCAR to NHRA to World of Outlaws. If you are a diecast collector, big or small, please check them out at thesundayhauler.com. And I gotta say that I really enjoyed broadcasting with you guys, and I enjoyed broadcasting for SARA. I just want to thank you guys for sticking around and watching us on Dorms Racing TV. I want to thank Kyle Gilbert for working all the keys and all the replays and all that. And my buddy up here, Travis Brown, for broadcasting with me. Anything you got to say, Travis?
I just want to thank Kyle and thank you and thank all of SARA. This has just been one awesome weekend to follow and great afternoon and evening of racing, and thank all of them. Thank all the sponsors, Sunday Hauler, Redline Designs, everybody that came on board for this awesome event. Matt Rolfe, all the admins, everybody, all the fans for tuning in. This has been great.
Yep, and like I said, thank you guys for watching and making my first ever time broadcasting a fantastic experience, and I hope I can do it again for SARA. Yet again, just thank you guys for watching. Be sure to subscribe to Dorm Racing on YouTube, and thank you for sticking around.
One last shout out we have to give. Sorry, but I gotta throw this in there. Paul Miles was the admin on the track tonight, and he did a good job keeping up with everything, making sure everything ran clean. So, gotta thank Paul Miles. So, as we wrap up this broadcast, thanks for tuning in.